Welcome to the third hearing of the Public Accountability and Works Committee's inquiry into the New South Wales Government's use and management of consulting services. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or watching us on the live stream. At today's hearing, the committee will be examining the use of consulting services, primarily again in the health sector. Excuse me. We will hear from New South Wales Independent Commission Against Corruption, New South Wales Ambulance, HealthShare New South Wales, eHealth New South Wales and Health Infrastructure. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, the House has authorised the filming, broadcasting and photography of committee proceedings by representatives of media organisations from any position in the room, excuse me, and by any member of the public from any position in the audience. Any person filming or photographing proceedings must take responsibility for the proper use of that material. This is detailed in the broadcasting resolution, a copy of which is available from the Secretariat. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. I now welcome our first witness from the New South Wales Independent Commission Against Corruption. Could I ask you to please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Giselle Tocker, Acting Executive Director, Corruption Prevention.
And the oath or the affirmation?
The oath, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have it in front of you?
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Ms. Tocker, did you want to make an opening statement?
Yes, I did, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the Public Accountability and Works Committee. As outlined in the terms of reference, this inquiry provides an important opportunity to improve integrity and transparency obligations of New South Wales government agencies in relation to their use of consultants. My opening remarks will deal with such matters and specifically focus on conflicts of interest. Conflicts of interest for government employees typically exist when a reasonable person might perceive that a public official's personal interests could be favoured over their public duties. Consultants can also have personal interests that a reasonable person might perceive could be favoured over their obligations to a government client. In Operation Tilga, the Commission found that a consultant had undisclosed personal and financial relationships with a number of security system suppliers and also accepted cash payments in order to improperly assist them to win work with the government agencies he was advising. However, there's also a risk that consultants to government will experience other types of conflicts of interest through the existence of competing or incompatible obligations. For instance, when consultancies are engaged to provide expert advice which may benefit or protect their clients' interests. Similarly, consultants can experience conflicts of interest between obligations to government clients and their firm's commercial interests. For example, by using confidential information to obtain new clients. Another example is a consultancy sharing intelligence with clients about a regulator's attitude towards prosecutions that is not publicly known. Additionally, consultants can experience conflicts of interest when auditing or reviewing an operational area of government that has relied on advice provided by their firm under a separate engagement. In such cases, consultants are incentivised not to cause any reputational risk to their own firms. Many consultants have at least some interest in keeping their paying clients happy and being considered for future work. This can create tension between providing frank and objective advice and telling a client what they want to hear. Unfortunately, in some rare cases, this tension can spill over into unethical or even corrupt conduct. Over-reliance on the same consultants can also create risks as close relationships develop between managers and consultants. Part of the problem may be that some consultants and suppliers to government in general may not see themselves as having public duties or obligations. It should, however, be accepted that one of the reasons for engaging an independent consultant can be to manage a conflict of interest held by an employee. If properly managed, these engagements can improve integrity. In New South Wales, all suppliers are expected to comply with the Supplier Code of Conduct, which covers disclosing conflicts of interest and protecting confidential information. However, awareness and enforcement of the code should be a focus. Consultants should be engaged under government terms and conditions, not the consultants. In relation to the provision of reports, this should cover at least conflicts of interest and the use of confidential information, including refraining from trading in government intelligence that's not publicly known, reliance on the report, disclosure of the report, and consequences for breaches of obligations. For certain high-risk engagements, an agency should vet, induct and train consultants in much the same way as staff. This could include instruction in how to identify conflicts of interest. After a consultancy discloses any potential or actual conflict of interest, consideration needs to be given to the management strategy. Any conflict of interest must be resolved in favour of the public interest. In certain cases, there should be a prohibition on consultancies undertaking work, for example, any engagement requiring a consultant to review their own firm's advice. Where confidential information is involved, an engagement should not go ahead without a governance framework being in place. An example of a component of a framework is establishing an ethics wall or information barrier within the consultancy and requiring undertakings by consultants regarding confidentiality. The governance framework should be included in the contract. For high-risk contracts, the consultancy should be contractually required to perform periodic assessments and audits of the framework to ensure compliance. The government should reserve the right to verify compliance within the framework by audit, investigation or other means. A consultancy's written advice report should also contain a statement affirming they do not have a conflict of interest or that they have disclosed all conflicts of interest. Consideration should also be given to requiring consultants to disclose criminal action, settlements with regulatory bodies and other breaches of standards when applying for work that can be assessed as part of a due diligence framework. There should be escalating penalties for consultancies engaging in unethical conduct whilst engaged by the New South Wales Government. This could include termination of a contract, removal from a supplier panel, or debarment from government work for a period for serious offences such as criminal offences. Consultants who have breached their obligations should also be required to present an assurance framework demonstrating the measures they put in place to prevent further non-compliance with obligations before obtaining any future government work.
Thank you very much. I'll start the question and then hand over to my colleagues. Just looking through, there's been a huge number of sort of pieces of advice and guidance that have been put out by ICAC over the last several years in relation to managing, sort of proactively trying to prevent, I guess, the opportunities for conflicts of interest and corruption and other things. I was looking at two in particular. Firstly, the Managing Conflicts of Interest in the New South Wales Public Sector guidance that was put out in April 2019, and then the Obtaining Independent Advice Do's and Don'ts paper that was put out in December 21. Just turning to that 2019 paper, what I found particularly interesting that I'm not sure has necessarily been sort of understood or implemented in the way that perhaps it could be, or given as much focus as it could be within New South Wales Government, is this idea of, identifying and managing vulnerable units and branches. So looking at not just when there is a conflict of interest, not just disclosing it, but then actively managing that conflict of interest to varying degrees depending on the context in which it appears. Could you maybe talk about that and where those, this committee has been looking most recently at, for example, the local health boards. Where could there be, I guess, examples where extra controls might be put in place to manage a conflict of interest, and what would that look like?
I think it should largely depend on an assessment of risk, so particular types of work or areas that are considered high risk. Now, there's often a correlation between expenditure and risk. So something could be high risk because the contract's worth a large amount of money, but it really goes further than that as well. So high risk could be anything involving the provision of an essential service that the government normally provides, so any advice relating to that, or any area where there's been controversy in the past, for example, or it's been the subject of complaints. So in terms of frameworks, I think at the moment there's a New South Wales Government Supplier Code of Conduct, which is good. It requires suppliers to disclose conflicts of interest, and that's a very good first step, and to safeguard confidential information. But part of the problem is, I think, that some suppliers may not recognise what a conflict of interest is, and at first blush it appears like quite a straightforward concept, but we do find people often struggle with it, and it's particularly difficult for suppliers when you start getting into the area of competing obligations or incompatible obligations, because they may just see a conflict of interest as a personal interest where they personally profit, and not look wider at what are the competing commercial obligations at play here. So I think it's very important any requirements explain and define a conflict of interest and broaden out the concept for suppliers and consultants to include competing obligations. In terms of a framework, I think it's really important to look at what is the confidential information involved and to actually itemise that. And a common measure that's put in place to manage conflicts of interest for consultants is what's known as a probity wall, or it used to be called a Chinese wall, so an information barrier. And again, there's key components of that. It's about ring-fencing certain information, but it's also really important that the firm or the consultancy has someone in charge who's important for policing those requirements, and it's clearly understood how it will work and how it's audited. So, for example, checks should really be conducted to alert certain high-risk activities, like who's downloading a lot of information that doesn't really make sense or doesn't really relate to the tasks they should be carrying out. Other measures could be making sure information can't in fact be downloaded, or requirements to destroy confidential information once the consultancy's over. So it's not just about at the time, but there's the post-separation employment after the consultancy is over. And also I think the government needs to retain the right to audit these arrangements within a firm as well.
So there's been a lot of talk about this sort of use of information that is gathered in one context and taken to another. We've seen at the national level, as the current scandal regarding PAWC, that there is, this idea of taking information that was learnt in a government contract context and taking it and using it for other clients. What about when you've got a contract, you've got a consultant sitting within a government agency or within a government department, either as a board member or as a person who is employed to do that work, and there is information not just given to them in a hard format, but information that's effectively residing in their heads. If they were to take that information and then use it for their firm to, gain other work, whether it's with that same government client or whether it's with another entity, how do we manage that? And is that so much of a problem as when we're talking about that sort of physical information?
I think it's a problem, and in terms of managing it, it really depends on how you categorise the information. There's different types of information. So, for example, you could have a specific piece of confidential information, and there could be specific obligations in relation to that information that are placed on that person. It gets a little bit more difficult when we start getting into the realm of intelligence, so things like the government's general attitude towards pursuing regulatory failures, and when that's not publicly known, that's a little bit more difficult to put your finger on. And I think apart from obligations to not profit from government information, there's not a whole lot you can do about that more sort of intangible aspect. I do think in some really high-risk categories there's restraint on trade. So someone, for example, normally a government employee, if they leave, they then can't go back somewhere else. But that's only in very specific high-risk categories. And I think it would become quite difficult if you put those restraints on consultants, because then it may be hard to actually get someone to come in and agree to be your consultant if you need them.
That's a fair point, isn't it? Because then that's right, because then effectively you're looking at someone who really should be an employee. In terms of, if we could go back then to, a consultant sitting on a board. So at the moment we do have a number of government boards where consultants, partners of consulting firms are sitting on those boards. What additional, firstly, would you see that as a high risk situation? And secondly, what additional steps would you take other than simply disclosing that you work at that consulting firm? What additional steps should be taken to ensure that conflict of interest doesn't sort of actualise into a problem?
I think it goes beyond merely disclosing. I think you'd have to declare an actual conflict of interest and recuse yourself if the board dealt with anything that could commercially advantage that firm. I also think that person shouldn't get access to information that may advantage that firm as well, and should give a public or should give a contractual undertaking they won't use that information as well.
What about sorry, did you want to?
Can I just clarify? Do you
please.
mind? Sorry. So when you say that someone should give a contractual obligation that they wouldn't disclose the information, can you just elucidate what you mean by that?
I guess I'm referring to when you actually engage a consultancy. So if someone's sitting on the board, it may not be contractual, it may be a different type of obligation, but something in writing undertaking not to disclose that information or use it for commercial gain within their consultancy.
Okay. So just to clarify then, you've said just for Hansard that there should be something in writing when there's a potential for that to happen. Thank you.
Can I ask, just briefly, along the same lines, I haven't seen a contract that's been used between a government agency and a contractor or a consultant. How often would it be the case that restraints and the other elements that you've mentioned are actually included in the contract, as opposed to things saying, look, here's a contract you sign, it's really important that you read it, and then you should also go away and read all these other documents which talk about your obligations, which no one would ever read. But I bet you they do read the contract, which they actually sign and would get advice on. So are these actually referenced in contracts?
Unfortunately, at ICAC, we only see the bad examples, so I haven't seen a good example of that. The furthest I've seen is an attachment of a statement of business ethics. So that will be actually attached or annexed to the contract. But I think it's important for high-risk engagements to actually embed those provisions within a contract, and not just embed them, but actually sit down and explain to a consultant what the requirements are and what a conflict of interest means, so it's understood what we're talking about here.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask, Chair, does ICAC have a view, or do you publish any papers or educative sort of documents about when it's probably a bridge too far to just have those conflicts in the first place, regardless of any disclosures? In other words, if the relationship is so embedded and it's so tedious that there's a mountain of declarations that have to be made about conflicts, then it may be, from a public policy perspective, just easier to not have the conflict by not employing a consultant on a local area health district. For example, just using an example from previous evidence we've had. Does ICAC have a view on that?
In our conflicts of interest publication, we do publish and look at the various ways to manage a conflict of interest, and in the case of a serious conflict of interest, one management option is to divest yourself of that interest. So that's one management option, but there's a whole lot of other management options as well, and I guess it depends on the riskiness of the situation.
Could I ask a follow-up question? I note that ICAC itself does engage consultants. I think there was a fairly recent KPMG consultancy. And I just wanted, in terms of comparison, what's the process that ICAC follows? What kinds of things are in your contract? It might be instructive to understand that. And I note that on the website, ICAC does talk about rigorous vetting, but I presume it's the other end as well. You have those clauses that you talk about. Could you give a bit of insight into ICAC's own process?
I'm not really involved in engaging consultants for ICAC, so I may have to take that on notice, but we do have a very rigorous vetting procedure, and that does apply to consultants as well. And because it's ICAC, you can understand it's quite broad. It looks at past conduct, any history of past offences that would be highly relevant, and what controls would be in place to safeguard confidential information. That's something that's obviously very serious at the ICAC.
So if I could ask then if you could provide on notice that process, but also the types of clauses that my colleague was asking about that you would use, sort of a template clause that you would use in a contract about conflict of interest, etc. That would be most useful. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
I'll just ask a couple of questions and then go back to the Honourable Mrs. Taylor. Firstly, going back to that point about, are there some circumstances where you just simply shouldn't accept the appointment? It's got, from a slightly different perspective, but in your 2019 conflicts of interest guidance, there is that conversation about how outside employment is a high risk. So that if you are a public official, like a member on a health board is, that sometimes, let me just read, it says, quote, in particular, agencies should require secondary employment disclosure and refuse to allow secondary employment where it is likely to conflict with the duties of an official who has financial delegations or influence over expenditure. We're sort of looking at this from a different perspective because someone has they're a consultant as their primary employment, and then they've come onto the board. But on a board of a government agency, they are having influence over expenditure. Do you think that is a situation where really there should just be, a statement that there shouldn't be people with such a conflict, I guess, appearing or being on the board?
I don't think I'd be in favour of making a blanket statement. I think you have to examine it on a case-by-case basis and specifically look at the riskiness of the situation. So some relevant factors would be, what's the person's role in the consultancy, how senior they are, how embedded they are in that consultancy, what's the nature of their decision-making on the board, for example. Do they actually have a delegation, which they probably wouldn't, I assume, if they're a board member. Are they involved in any way in determining scopes of work or who gets to quote for a consultancy? So the nature of their decision-making, the nature of their influence would be one factor to take into account. But I don't know that you could just have a hard and fast rule because it depends on the circumstances.
Rule everyone out.
Yeah, which makes sense. What about a situation where a consultant, for instance, is on a board, and perhaps they're on a committee, on the finance and expenditure committee or whatever it happens to be, where although they may recuse themselves from the actual sort of appointment of consultants and the choosing of consultants, if there was, I guess, the sort of pre-work to requiring a consultant in the first place that they were involved in, could that be problematic in terms of building a case for bringing a consultant in the first place? I'm not saying that's what occurred in any particular circumstance. I'm just interested in, it's easy to look at the rules and then to, I guess, work outside them. Would that be of a concern? What should people be doing if they see that the work that they're currently involved in is likely to require a consultant's appointment later on.
Just to make it clear, I don't want to comment on specific cases because
No.
I don't think that's really fair to the individuals involved, and I'm not across the facts. So just coming back to, again, it's about assessing the riskiness of the situation, and one thing to take into account would be their level of influence over a decision.
Mrs. Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time today. I'm sure you've been very busy, so you're very good to come. I just want to flesh out a few things that you raised both in your introductory statement and just in some of the answers that you've given. And mine, this line will really relate to conflicts of interest. So I think what I wanted to ask you, I suppose I'll start at the bottom and go back. It's that balance, isn't it, between having someone who has demonstrated expertise and experience, being able to have a meaningful contribution, to them also having then a perceived or actual conflict of interest. So the balance of that is that surely once a conflict is declared, then it is no longer a conflict?
No, I wouldn't say that. Once it's declared, it should be managed.
Yep. Okay. And then when you say that it should be managed, you referred previously to contractual obligations, and you said, and correct me if I'm wrong because I don't want to verbal you at all, and you also said that, you know, there should be some demonstration of that, some sort of, I presume, evidence in a document that actually shows what that conflict is and how it then will subsequently be managed.
It's best practice when someone declares a conflict to have a conflict of interest management plan, so that will work out the mechanisms you're using to manage the conflict. It may require recusal, or if it's considered low risk, it may not. It may be that the person's just not involved in certain aspects of that work. That should be in writing and signed by all the parties involved and regularly reviewed as well. So that's not just the end of the story. You come back to that document and you review that those measures have been put in place.
Yeah. So then too, if there is an obvious conflict of interest, and I suppose what I just wanted to clarify as well was that you discussed, and the line of questioning was a conflict of interest to have a monetary sort of value at the end of that potential conflict. If it wasn't necessarily a monetary value, but that of, I think you used the word of influence, so through that conflict, which is a serious conflict, then would often the easiest route to avoid potential corruption to recuse yourself from anything to do with that declared conflict of interest?
As a general statement, yes. But again, I think we come back to how risky the conflict is.
Sure.
So as
sure.
a general proposition.
But as a general proposition, yes, it is best to remove yourself if there is an obvious conflict of interest. Okay, that's really interesting, thank you. And the only other, I think that was it. Thank you very much. That was really very interesting.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Ms. Tosha. My questions now are a little, again, using ICAC as an example. So it might mean that you want to take some things on notice and come back to me.
Do you want to bring the microphone closer?
Sorry. Yeah, so it's more as an example, I guess, while we have an agency here that should have very robust processes to get some insight into that. So please, I expect that you'll need to take some on notice. So I notice, excuse me, I notice in ICAC's reporting, how they report, one of the things we've been looking at here is the often confusion between the definitions of contracting and consulting. And I noticed that in ICAC's reporting and its financial statements, it's actually a lot clearer about categories, as you would expect from ICAC. It's very clear about categories on which it has spent money. So it lists things like cleaning, etc., other things that might otherwise come under other contractors. But I did wonder, there is quite a large jump in the use of other contractors in the last 2 financial years, almost doubled, not quite. And I just wondered if we could get some explanation for that, because it might help us with understanding, again, this confusion between contractors and consulting. So if you could take that on notice.
I'll have to take that on notice.
Of course, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
If we could now turn to the 2021 advice on the obtaining independent advice do's and don'ts. Just looking, I guess, at the specific nature of consulting, they're thinly capitalised. They require, are constantly getting new contracts. There are entire departments within these consultant firms that rely on government work. Do you think that in and of itself necessitates greater oversight to ensure that the advice they give isn't geared towards getting more work from government?
I think that's definitely a risk, and there's a number of things you can do about that. So, for example, any advice given should be in accordance with industry standards. So, for example, there's an Australian standard on auditing, so that should be followed. There should be an undertaking that sort of methodology from the Australian standard will be adopted. I think a consultant should also make it clear in their report, if it's relevant, what assumptions they've relied on, and also provide their working papers as well.
Mm-hmm. I'm just looking at so there was a number of, in the previous two hearings that we've had, there's been a number of statements around, I guess, a reliance on the documentary processes. So whether it is simply recording a conflict of interest on a register, having a consultant who's coming into a government department, signing a confidentiality agreement. You spoke before about how that's just not sufficient on its face, and that it needs to be, so in the case of some sort of, work plan for managing a conflict, a review process. At what sort of substantive measures would you recommend to ensure that a conflict of interest isn't becoming a problem, as opposed to simply just getting that person to continually, attest that they're doing the right thing? What should government agencies be doing?
I think the first thing is the conflict of interest management plan. Unfortunately, we don't often see those. So what we see, as you said, is someone declares something and it's considered that's okay, and that's a good first step, but there needs to be a management plan. And for very high risk conflicts of interest, I think part of that plan could be ring fencing information. So that person, say they're an employee, they're denied access to certain information, it's locked down. That's one example of something that you could put in a management plan. If it's an actual consultancy that's been engaged and they have competing obligations, again, I think the people working for the government, that information and what they're doing should be ring-fenced from other people within their firm. The common term is a probity wall for that, and that should be, for, again, high-risk engagements, that should be subject of audit. So the firm themselves are required to get an independent auditor to audit their arrangements, and the government also retains the right to audit. That's one example of a measure or how you could go about managing that type of situation.
Yeah, so there's kind of more significant structural issues. Just pause to see if the government has any other questions at this point.
I just have
sorry,
one.
go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. With the management plans that you've discussed for conflicts of interest, should those be made public?
Not necessarily. It's about who needs to know. So it's for certain high risk or, I guess, very senior positions, the more senior you are, sometimes the more public they become. So, for example, local government councillors, they're required to declare conflicts of interest and the nature of the conflict, and that goes into the minutes of council meetings. So they're subject to that requirement. If it's an employee within an agency, I think it depends on who needs to know. So certainly the manager needs to know, and the people dealing with the subject matter, that's the source of the conflict, they need to know.
Sure. So just getting back to a local councillor, as you used as your example, I suppose for the case of integrity and for transparency, and to manage those conflicts, and to have those management plans, if it was a very public-facing role, it's beneficial to have those made public.
As long as it doesn't itself deal with confidential information. So you don't want, for example, to make a management plan public that highlights something that's not publicly known itself.
Information that would be relevant to the public to ensure transparency. then it's a good
Generally,
idea.
transparency is a good measure as a
Just,
general proposition.
And
follow
also
up
just
if I
further
could.
on.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Just further on from that, and I don't know if this is a sort of a fair, and you can answer it, you decide. I'm just really cognizant of the fact that also within sort of, the public sector as well, that, we all have different areas of expertise and we can't expect sort of the public sector to have expertise on everything. So obviously that's why they would engage consultants in an appropriate manner. I suppose the importance of having those conflicts of interest and those management plans and things being transparent is so important, because we wouldn't want to lose expertise from consultants either, so that we weren't having good decisions made. Is that a fair enough statement, or?
Look, I agree with your general statement that consultants provide a level of expertise often the government doesn't have, or it's not in the government's interest to have that on tap full time. So, for example, to go and employ someone permanently if it's just needed for a short term basis.
And also more than if it's just short term, but that high level expertise, that if there's something that's in policy development that's very critical to a certain thing where that expertise doesn't exist, then if the correct processes are in place, and I acknowledge that sometimes they're not, and sometimes things break down because we're all human and we're not perfect all the time, but it would be a shame in terms of public policy perspective to not be able to use that expertise if it's available, as long as those conflicts are appropriately managed.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's in transparent management plans and yeah.
Yes, and I as I keep coming back to, I guess, an assessment of how risky the conflict is to government, and if it's too risky, maybe you don't use a certain consultancy. So that's one management option, but not the only one.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Ms. Tosha, just on that point, I would imagine logic would dictate that some of this could be calibrated based on the nature of the office. So, for example, there are a lot of uses of consultants, which is what this inquiry is into, which wouldn't necessarily be obvious to the public. So the degree of transparency, for example, is, I suppose, proportional to the amount of eyes on it. So if you have a situation where you're declaring conflicts and it's on a myriad of boards, for example, which the public may not be availed of, then presumably the level of probity needs to be a more severe, if you like, or more strict, given that what you're trying to do is declare a conflict and point out to the public that the conflict's there, that they may not even be aware of. But in terms of the declaration of a conflict, say for a local councillor, which is more public-facing, the very declaration of that conflict alone would presuppose a level of scrutiny by virtue of the public office, wouldn't it?
Look, it would, but in the case of councillors too, they have to recuse themselves, for example, pecuniary conflicts of interest.
Yeah, thanks.
Can I ask one?
Go ahead.
If I can. If I can just go to, excuse me, the report that was tabled by the Auditor General on the 2nd of March. Okay, and I'll just quote one section. The audit found that agencies do not procure and manage consultants effectively. Most agencies do not use consultants strategically, and then goes on to say, and do not have systems for managing or evaluating consultant performance. The audit also found examples of non-compliance with procurement rules, including contract variations that exceeded procurement thresholds. Now, if we're at the point where agencies are not even able to, or are not, for whatever reason, assessing the effectiveness of their consultants' work and whether they're actually doing the work properly, what can we do, given that those rules are pretty clear, because that's a requirement, to ensure that they're actually being exercising probity and that there's no conflict of interest or other nefarious activity taking place? I mean, I'm not sure. The rules are clearly stated and there in relation to something as simple as, we want you to do this, but they're not even checking whether they're actually doing the thing they're employed to do effectively, how with these sometimes more obtuse concepts about conflict of interest, etc., do we look at enforcing those in contracts or with others? Do you have any suggestions?
I think in terms of embedding government requirements, that's probably an issue for New South Wales Treasury. I can tell you the ICAC has specific conflict of interest training and it's free. Anyone can request it. We do often go to agencies and explain conflicts of interest. We've issued guidelines about this. So any agency is also welcome to come to us for advice as well. So we do have that advice function. But it may be that a whole of government approach is required in terms of embedding actual requirements of agencies. And there's also things like internal audit, what's on the internal audit plan for an agency. Sometimes that can highlight where there's particular problems as well.
Could I ask, you mentioned the provision of training, would it be possible to get a list of when and how, how often and the agencies that have requested and engaged in that training over, say, the past 5 years?
We could definitely get you a list because we do actually track all that information.
That would be useful, thank you.
I think what partly what we're looking at is we can have the great scheme and the work that you're doing is fantastic in terms of trying to achieve that, but how you then go around enforcing it. I mean, I don't know how many great booklets, and they're not all yours, but booklets and documents and websites, but I wonder how many people actually who need to read them actually read them. I mean, yesterday in the House we debated in the upper house the issue of knife legislation. Now, people shouldn't be carrying knives around for nefarious reasons, but we know that they do. So therefore we move on and increase penalties to try and dissuade that. And so I guess I'm looking at how you actually get people to do what you say they should do in relation to consultants.
I guess you need a multi-pronged attack. So I think it's important we have the Auditor General and reports like this who... Those reports receive publicity. There's the ICAC. We make findings of serious corrupt conduct, so I think that's important. I think the training that the ICAC does is important. New South Wales Procurement Treasury have a role too in ensuring their guidelines are embedded in agencies, and agencies themselves have an important role to play too. A lot of agencies do have a governance department. They're very busy people in those departments, but they would have a role as well. But I do accept often the more difficult part is not saying what you should do, but making sure everyone does it. It is a constant challenge.
And obviously, ICAC is limited in how much it can do. It's limited by its resources and by other aspects. How many, are you able to give us an idea of how many references to you around corrupt, potentially corrupt conduct just can't be investigated because you don't have the time or resources? Is there can you give us an indication of that?
Just to let you know, probably it's only really the sort of really top end, about 2-3% that actually of allegations that result in a formal investigation, but that may not be a resourcing issue. For example, they may not actually suggest corrupt conduct, so that's why they're not investigated. It's part of a separate process, which I don't really want to comment today, is the ICAC has been seeking some more money, but I don't really want to comment on that today.
Understood. Which comes back again, I guess, to the points that the government members were making around the public being able to play as much of a role as possible in ensuring that we are holding public officials to account in terms of transparency in particular. So one of the issues that we've raised so far in this inquiry is that we don't get to see the output of a consultant's work on the whole. Would you support a recommendation that more of that work be disclosed and that we have a more transparent record of what consulting work is being done for who?
I think as a general proposition, often the consultants' reports have these disclaimers in them that do seem quite long and complex and generally do seem to limit the purposes to which the report can be used, so it can only be used by that agency, the commissioning agency, not another agency. Sometimes I wonder if that really works against a whole of government approach, or if it's even necessary to be that restrictive. Without commenting on a particular report, though.
They do seem to have crept into every report that I've read recently, and I guess maybe those disclaimers become a market standard. Perhaps that's something we could recommend we sort of begin to push back on, I guess. Similarly, our e-tender website, I understand that there is, once those tenders are disclosed, they fall off of our website after, I think, 3 months, as opposed to the federal e-tender website, which is a permanent record of those tenders. Similarly, would you support, I guess, our e-tender website being reformed to make that more of a permanent record so that the public can play a role in oversight more effectively?
Generally, transparency is a good idea, so as a general proposition, yes.
Thank you. In your 2019, just I guess coming back out of the specifics on conflicts of interest again, there's also discussion in this, the 2021 report on using, obtaining independent advice. There's also quite a bit of discussion about sort of manufacturing a situation where an independent expert recommends a course of action that a public official was already planning on taking. Do you have any examples of that? Or
probably the main example that led to that publication coming out was Operation Dasher, and in that case the consultant didn't do the wrong thing, but we had a situation where a public official offered inducements to a consultant to change their report, and the consultant said no. So in that case, the public official was found to have engaged in serious corrupt conduct. Also, in relation to another consultant and another report, the same public official really overstepped the mark with pushing the boundaries of trying to change the consultant's report to the extent where it could no longer be considered independent. So I think it's quite reasonable for a public official maybe to test assumptions a consultant has made or ask for clarification or more information, but there's a boundary that can't be crossed. So you can't tell a consultant what to say to the extent where it's no longer an independent report.
Okay. And I won't go into the Tahi. I know that Tahi was looked into by ICAC, but there are certainly elements of that are familiar. Are there any other sort of aspects of, I guess, the use of consultants that we should be on the lookout in terms of, recommendations to ensure that corrupt conduct doesn't occur in relation to their use?
I think penalties for breaches of obligations is an important area as well. So I know that at the moment a supplier, for example, could be suspended from the preferred suppliers panel. WA have introduced a scheme, it's been in place for about 18 months, where a supplier can be debarred for a period of time for unethical conduct. However, with those sorts of schemes, it's really important that natural justice is taken into account and a supplier has a right to reply as well. So you do legally have to be a little bit careful with those schemes as well.
There's been what I would call quite a revolving door between health and consultants. One of the things that we've canvassed at a previous hearing is the idea of gardening leave for New South Wales senior executives or whoever really, to allow that period of time, say 3 months, of that information residing in people's heads from their government roles not being as relevant, I guess, when they go into a consultant's firm. Is that something ICAC has a view on? Do you know of other jurisdictions that do that?
We don't have a view on it. It's an option to consider. I guess one challenge would be, though, that most government agencies, like all of us, are short of money, so can they afford to have someone sitting there on gardening leave paying for a position that's not filled? Or backfilling the position and paying twice for the same position. That's, I guess, a challenge there.
Yeah, it's just, and it's hard because then you run up against the idea of stopping people from getting the employment they want if you do that without providing the leave. So but yes, I understand the limitations. I guess, is there a role for the Ombudsman in policing some of this, or is that...
You'd probably need to ask them. I don't really feel I could answer on their behalf.
Thank you. Anyone else got any questions at this point?
Just one final one, and I don't know again if it's fair, so just tell me. But I mean, we have ICAC to make sure that, you know, there's a regulator around this and you know, corruption. But would it not be, is that not the point of that as well, and the point of everything that you've said about transparent management plans for conflict of interest? You used the ring fence, you used all probity wall, because I suppose what I'm asking is that if that expertise doesn't exist somewhere, it's also a shame not to access and use it for the best public benefit, the best use of taxpayers' money, the best, say, health outcomes, because today's health focused. So the point then is to make sure you have those processes in place so it doesn't end up giving you more work at ICAC, but that we get the really good policy results that we need.
Yes, I'd agree with that statement.
Great, I'm done, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just ask about the PWC proposal, or the potential deal that's being done with Allegro. And when we had PWC in, there was sort of a question about basically almost an admission that those probity walls, I think they called them ethical walls, are not necessarily robust, or can't be kept robust. In that situation, I guess, and again, this may not be something that you can have a view on from an ICAC position, but in terms of these massive organisations, these massive consulting firms also having these other clients as well as government, do you think that in practice it is possible for them to have probity walls, or do we really need to have this sort of division, a more structural division?
The actual structural division, that's a matter for PWC, I think, and it's early days. We don't know how that's going to work. I think really the emphasis should be, though, on what the government is doing, and if there is a structural division or a probity wall in place, how's that being checked? Who's responsible for ensuring the wall is in place, and what assurance do we have that those measures are actually in place? So the government's really got to look at its own role.
And what are the consequences for
That's
that
right.
breach? And I guess from a New South Wales government perspective, if the government is not happy with the robustness of that wall, then it can be taking the action that it needs to take, I guess, from a commercial perspective to, you know, as you say, to ban the engagement for a few months or whatever it happens to be.
That's right, or if there's a breach, to ask what the firm has done to make sure there won't be a breach again, for example.
As part of that deal, it's been reported that PwC is effectively saying that there will be around $300 million of government consulting work that would go to that new entity. Does that cause you concerns in terms of, I guess, their confidence with which they believe that government work will be ongoing? And I guess that brings us back again to this discussion of, you know, these by their nature, these departments within these consultant firms that are focused on government work are reliant on future government work for their existence. Do you think that inherently creates a conflict of interest when it comes to the type of work and the advice that they're providing to government?
I don't want to specifically comment on PwC because I don't think that would be fair. What we do say in that publication about the use of independent advice is one thing, just one of a number of factors to take into account, is how dependent a consultancy is on that government agency for its work. That may incentivise them, for example, to do certain things to ensure they continue to get work. So it's always a good idea to, if you can, depending on the expertise required, rotate consultancies amongst firms.
I guess that goes the other way as well in terms of the government's reliance on external consultants. If a government agency has taken steps to, I guess, make itself reliant on consultants because it doesn't have the internal expertise. It hasn't, especially for work that is ongoing and recurrent as opposed to a sort of a one-off. If a government department has made itself so dependent on consultants, does that create a conflict of interest and a potential for corruption?
I guess it comes down to sound workforce planning, and that sort of planning should underpin decisions to engage consultancies. So when a consultant is engaged, I think there should be an argument or description around why they're being engaged, why the work can't be performed in-house. I think that's probably a good check and balance that someone signs off on that, for example.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Are there any other questions?
Just because of that line of questioning that you just took, Chair, I will add another one. But by the same token, with what you have just said in terms of, the previous question that if you're reliant on government work, that, maybe that's a potential for corruption, wouldn't it also be fair to say that if you do government work and you have an expertise in that, but the work that has been provided has been of a very high standard with no conflicts declared, perceived or found to be true, that actually is a positive thing as well?
Yes, I'd agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attendance. That is all that we have time for. To the extent that there were questions taken on notice and supplementary questions may be provided, you'll have 21 days to respond, and the Secretariat will be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I now welcome our next witnesses from HealthShare. Sorry, not from HealthShare, from New South Wales. You're like, hang on a minute. From New South Wales Ambulance. Could I ask you to each please state your name and position title and then swear either an oath or affirmation?
Good morning, my name's Claire Lorenzen. I'm the Acting Executive Director of People and Culture for New South Wales Ambulance. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Dominic Morgan, Chief Executive, New South Wales Ambulance. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Brian Jackson, Executive Director, Finance and Corporate Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. You've got an opportunity to provide a short opening statement if you choose to do so.
We're happy to take questions.
Happy to take questions? Very good. Perhaps we could just start with a few sort of basic ones. So my understanding is that New South Wales Ambulance sits within the general sort of consultants expenditure reported by health at that sort of parent level. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct. We're a division of the Health Administration Corporation under the Health Services Act.
Great. So do you have independent figures as to how much you are spending on consultants year on year?
We do have
yes,
figures.
we do. Brought
Are
them
you
with
able to
us.
provide them?
Sure. So we've got figures from 2014 to 2023.
That would be useful.
Keeping in mind 2023 is not yet finished. So 2014 was, I'll just go in millions, 3.5 million. 2015, 3.6. 2016, 2.3. 2017, 1.7. 2018, 1 million. 2019, 1.3. 2020, 1.8. 2021, 3.4. 2022, 2.1. And to date, May to date, 2023, 3.6.
Great. Thank you very much. And in terms of, I guess, contract and spend, do you have that as well?
Yes.
Yep.
Got that. Do you want me to just limit it to the far right, just the recent years, or you want the whole?
If you've got them from 2014, that would be useful.
Okay. All right. So across the big four, Deloitte. So I'll go in thousands this time. So 1164, 2015 909, 2016 96, 2017 28, 2018 4, 2019 52, 2020 331, 2021 367, 2022 545, and 2023 to date 1238.
1, 2, 3, 8. So sorry, that's in thousands. In
Yeah,
thousands.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
8, yeah.
So that's
1.2 million.
Yes,
Yeah.
1.2 million. So when we look at that 1.2 million in this year to date, just as an example, what would that consist of then, in terms of that being a contractor spend rather than a consultant spend?
So that's the consultant spend, the
Oh,
1.2.
that is the
Yeah.
consultant spend.
So
Okay.
I've only given you. It's a little bit the way that the accounting works. Quite often you'll get contractor coded into consultancy, but this is the consultancy line if you picked it up out of our annual report.
Okay. Was that just Deloitte or that was the Big Four?
That was just Deloitte.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, very
Keep
good.
walking. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Pricewaterhouse 2014 was 22,000. 2015 15,000. 2016 32,000. 2017 62,000. 2018 42,000. 2019 125,000. 2020 755,000. 2021 1356, so 1.3 million, 1356. 2022 258, and 2023 874.
Thank you. Who else have you got?
KPMG
Yep.
only come in 2021 with 105,
Yep.
2022 with 14, and 2023 with 61.
Thank you. And any EY?
EY, so we've got 2015 with 11,000, 2017 with 190,000, 2019 with 105,000, 2020 with 29,000, 2021 77,000, 2022 10,000, and 2023 86,000.
Thank you very much. Can we talk about that Deloitte one in 2023 then? Can you tell us what that's in relation to?
It's in relation to the SWIFT program.
So that's the 2,000 new paramedics?
2,128, yes.
Can you talk us through, I guess, the genesis of that program and what Deloitte in particular has contributed?
Yeah, so I can probably take the headlines of that. So essentially, if you look back through history, ambulance has always struggled a little bit with conveying its resourcing needs to the broader system. what occurred round about 2016-17, we became aware that there was a significant difference between the level of resourcing that was being experienced in other jurisdictions relative to New South Wales. And so we undertook a lot of work to really demonstrate and articulate to the system what the resourcing needs of the organisation were. And so service planning undertook some modelling work to design what would be the resourcing necessary to achieve certain response performance standards. Now, response performance standards is really important because it goes directly to the number of lives we save. In other words, better than thinking of response times, think of hands on chest and defibrillators. That immediately means lives saved at the end. And so what we did was we knew that it was going to be a significant program and needed to be a significant uplift to the workforce to achieve these standards. And so we knew that we didn't have the internal expertise for something so specific and so large to actually put our best foot forward on the case. So we went to the market for those skills that could help us develop a business case around the internal service planning that we'd already completed, and that's an important point, around the internal service planning we'd already completed. And we engaged Deloitte to help us write a strategic business case in a format that was easily understood to meet Treasury needs. So you can imagine as an operational clinical service, we know exactly what we need, but it needs to be in a language that's understandable by our Treasury funders and masters. And that's the expertise that Deloitte brought to the table. We used that strategic business case, along with some others that we developed, to submit new policy proposals to New South Wales Ministry of Health, and through the budget build-up process we were ultimately successful in gaining $1.76 billion and funding for the 2,128 additional paramedic supports and support staff and 30 new ambulance stations.
Okay, so Deloitte was really... Okay, so they were preparing a business case. But I guess the inputs to that, the decisions, particularly, I understand they were... all of those new paramedics are going to sort of peri-urban areas, so roughly Sydney, Illawarra, Central Coast and Newcastle. That was a decision made by New South Wales Ambulance?
Correct. So there were actually 3 business cases done at the time. The second one, which wasn't successful at the time but has subsequently been successful, was for 562 additional rural paramedics. And so the 2 business cases were split based on the way that service delivery is provided in New South Wales. So if you think about the really big urban settings, whether they be regional Newcastle, whether they be Wollongong, they're all heavily affected by demand for services. And it can take only comparatively small increases in demand in the order of, say, 5, 6, 7%, and you need to put additional ambulances in the system to actually ensure that you can respond in a timely manner. That's slightly different to our really remote locations where they may only be doing 2, 3 jobs a day, but you have to have them. In other words, you could even double the workload in some of those areas and you wouldn't put another ambulance crew in. So the model of it is quite different. And so the 2 business cases were arguing for slightly different things.
And did Deloitte do that second business case as well?
They did.
And what was the difference in spend between... Did they quote for both separately?
They did.
Yeah?
They're separate engagements.
How much were each of the engagements?
The engagement for the business cases was just short of $400,000, and the SWIFT engagement is 1.8 million.
Can I just ask a follow-up, Chair, on that? So that's a very articulate and well-explained answer in terms of the use. Thank you for that, because it clarifies a number of things. But essentially, what we're saying is that you've got Government Department Treasury talking to Government Department Health, Ambulance, but we need someone to translate the micro detail needs, which we're well aware of. It's almost like translating a language from one government department to another. If I were a tax-paying New South Wales person listening to this, I'd be thinking, surely someone resident in the Department of Health or Ambulance has the articulation to communicate with Treasury what they need. Now, I understand Treasury need things put in black and white, perhaps econometric terms, so that it makes sense with the cost benefit, whatever. But over time, you would imagine that those expertise could conceivably be built up internally. Would that...
You've pretty much hit the nub of what the problem was, that we actually had been so lean for so long. So if there's publicly available data, and I think it's the report on government services, and it kind of talks about the level of operatives within ambulance services and corporate support. And we've always been very lean. Now, one of the problems, less than 10%. Is corporate workforce, so finance, people and culture. The rest of us are frankly out on the tools.
Front line, yeah.
Yeah. And so when we were going for an investment that was material and real and impacts people's lives every single day,
Yes.
everyone was pretty much occupied doing their day jobs, just keeping us going.
Fair enough.
We will now, with the two investments, the former government and the current government, we will grow by 50% over the next 4 years, and that will be a fantastic benefit for not only the community but our workforce, who have just been extraordinarily working hard over the last few years. But we really needed that kickstart.
Yeah.
We needed that expertise.
Understand.
Now, if I understand correctly, it's part of the tender process that they're required to do a knowledge transfer through, not with the business cases. It was the follow-on work, yeah. But there is an eye to, and how do we transfer the skills into the workforce as we grow? Because we do intend, as we grow our paramedic workforce, to grow that expertise in corporate workforce. What we have done over the last few years, because this does go to the heart of how do we as a community and government assure ourselves that we have the best chance of ensuring best value for public monies. We've established a dedicated contracts and procurement service within New South Wales Ambulance. And that means that we do have internal expertise around making sure we comply with process, and that kind of gets us to a level of quality, but it doesn't get us to the level of expertise. We've also brought in a dedicated corporate governance area that is really set up to design the whole system. And when we're talking about fraud and corruption prevention, it's really from the lens of risk. Right, and organisational structures only take you so far. And so the corporate governance team that we've brought in helps us now to construct better quality approaches to our corporate governance, plus the dedicated procurement resources gives us the best chance to take advantage of the expertise of consultants.
Just one quick follow-up, and thank you again for a very clear, articulate answer. Is it your view that then, over the longer term, after this investment, the public would be better served in terms of bang for buck, if you like, by that rebuilding of the expertise, so that your people, basically the people who live and breathe it every day, via that expertise build up at the corporate level, can just tell Treasury directly what's going on, and that will translate into a internal cost saving over time?
I think the direct answer to that, I think it's all a question of thresholds. There's no doubt that, I mean, you can see by the numbers that, it's quite patchy of when we've used consultants, and we've used them for specific things rather than, there's a consultancy budget, right? So we use it for specific things that we assess we don't have the expertise for. Aeromedical, highly complex regulatory environment, legal, all the likes, is something that is not a common skill set. And so I think what we'll find is that agencies right across the public sector will have times where there will be little need and little investment because they do have an internal capability. But for example, in 2014-15, pre my arrival back in the jurisdiction, there were a lot of money was spent on the aeromedical contracts and getting them set up because it's a very specific niche thing. But over time, it moves on. So whether there's a place for higher level expertise at a peak cluster level, that's arguable. And certainly it's something we would lean into when we're doing these projects, because we're an operational arm, and the return on investment of having those scarce resources sitting around and not being utilised doesn't help the taxpayer either. But if there was a pool that could help with some of these higher order things, that has some merit. But I do think there'll always be a place for some consultancy.
Dr. Morgan, can I ask a follow-up sort of, I guess, flip side question? So now you're talking about the potential, if there was, say, in health, those resources that might be useful. Am I right in suggesting that Treasury at the time didn't have, or the requirements they were asking for, they didn't have anyone to assist you in being able to articulate? What I understand was a strategic plan about the deployment of further paramedics. So was there no one in Treasury who, I'm intrigued on the other side, what was the Treasury capability, and could that have been used?
I don't think I'm able to really comment on Treasury per se. What I would say is we have genuinely had phenomenal support in recent years. It has been trying and difficult, and that support has now rolled over equally into the new government. I think it was that fundamental recognition that ambulances stopped being seen as, the people that drive patients to hospital, as being a health profession that can actually be a phenomenal lever of managing demand for the whole of health system. And so we're seen as an investment now. And it hasn't actually mattered what colour of government. Once that sort of recognition has come, and paramedics became a registered health profession on the 1st of December 2018, and since that recognition, it's really just been green lights for us as an organisation. But with our backdrop, it's complex, time-consuming, and it's a difficult time of change. Any organisation growing by 50% is, difficult times. We have some very junior crews out there, and, they struggle for experience and advice. But, it's probably, in the scheme of things, a good problem to have.
Can I ask, though, just on that? So when you made the decision to use Deloitte to do the business case, was that because you wanted the case to be as compelling as possible, or because Treasury had said,
Oh, no.
if you want to do this, you need to do it in this form?
No, not at all. No, look, to be honest, it was probably even my view, and it was based on it was a short, compressed time frame window of opportunity. I had through actually, previously I was aware of, modelling approaches to resourcing. In effect, what they do is they look at the hours of cover you need to respond to emergencies, and you convert that into human beings and rosters, in short. So we knew the scientific approach to it, because quite mathematical, was sound, but it was a case of then, once we had that information, rapidly getting it into a format, and we just didn't have the knowledge, the skills and the expertise in-house within the window that we needed to. We probably could have had a go at it over a longer period of time, but it was just such a big program.
Sorry. I guess maybe it's the terminology, because and I think your question, Chair, in writing a business case is generally to convince someone else that something has to be done, and I guess that's where the confusion for me lies. Was there the need? On the one hand, you're saying there wasn't the need because there's support. There wasn't need to convince Treasury and others. And on the other hand, writing a business case implies that you're needing to put forward the case for that decision.
I to clarify my language, it was clear to me. It was clear to me what the resourcing needs of the organisation were, and I think, to be honest, if you asked any paramedic, they were well aware of the resourcing requirements of the organisation. But every case has to stack up on its merits. I mean, in terms of how does Treasury sit down and decide that the priorities New South Wales Ambulance versus a renal dialysis unit on the in Gosford, like you'd have to have the wisdom of Job to be able to make those decisions when you're not an SME. And so therefore, obviously, they have to have a process where they can recognise certain things as representing the best value for government. And a good example would be, return on investment calculations or net present value. That's a language that Treasury can understand, whilst us service delivery operatives are sitting back here going, but this is actually going to save lives.
That seems incredibly frustrating, though. If you've got that, you've got the expertise, as you say, and I've spoken to many AMBOs who have the expertise and paramedics who know exactly how a rostering system should be run and what they need. And you're being very diplomatic, but you found yourself in a situation where just putting forward that information yourselves wouldn't be accepted. You needed a Deloitte letterhead in order for this to be taken seriously. Again, you're being diplomatic, but is that not the case?
No, I wouldn't accept that. It was simply a recognition that a financial analysis in a language that is compelling, that delivers the quantitative metrics that another government agency can recognise and evaluate against all the other priorities of every other chief executive who's trying to put forward a position, has nothing to do with the Deloitte letterhead. It was just a compressed time frame, the skill set that we had internally, based on the time frame we had to pull it all together.
That's the business case, which is 400,000. Yes. I'll just acknowledge for the benefit of Mr. Farlow, who is online, that I will go to him for the next question. Apologies. You said there was also that 1.8 million. Was that the modelling that was done, or was that what was that 1.8 million then?
That's Swift.
Yeah, Swift.
Yeah. So that's so after we got the investment for Swift, you can imagine it was quite apparent to me that an investment of that size one day is going to be audited by the Auditor General. And so I needed to make sure that from the first day of funding, we had the expertise to track the benefits realisation of this project, hold them for a period of time, knowledge transfer, exit, and then we put our own team in to manage the whole of the next 4 years. And partly in a previous life, Claire was actually the Executive Director of Strategic Implementation. So she was the first cab off the rank to pull all of this together. I think we were told on June the 3rd that we had it, and we had the first mega course in by the 5th of July or near enough too.
Yeah.
So it was rapidly going, and we were under a period of severe pressure at that juncture. So
that's project management, that 1.8 million, that's like a project management.
Yes, a whole team that came in, established a project management office, developed the metrics of how we actually can demonstrate back to government that this is a good value for money investment. And the key point of that is there was always an exit strategy to that team, and you're already recruiting for our team to take it over. I think we've extended them for a little bit because we got the commitment to the additional 500 rural paramedics. The 500 rural paramedics, I should say, are crucial to us managing fatigue and demand within those rural areas. Many of our rural stations still work on a model where they work on call. This leads to single officer responses, and it leads to people having to leave their homes at night to respond to emergency calls. So we are forever grateful that both of those programs have been funded, because it will make a genuine impact on people's longevity in this job. You can't do 30 years of on-call and not think it's going to have an impact on someone's well-being for the long term at high rates.
Is it?
Sorry, I'll just
Oh,
go to
sorry,
Mr. Farlow's been
Chair.
waiting. Sorry, Mr. Farlow.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Morgan, just picking up on that $400,000 project. So I take it that was part of a budget bid process, was it?
The 400,000 itself is not subject to a budget bid. we absorbed that within ambulance.
Okay. And in terms of that program, Dr. Morgan, you were outlining that this was effectively a process for you to be able to validate the importance of what you were suggesting in competition with every other agency within government. Now, in looking at some of the other agencies of government, I suspect that they would have perhaps better internal capabilities when it comes to potentially briefing up some of these bids and resourcing it in an economic analysis than what New South Wales Ambulance would have. Would that be correct?
Not really sure I can comment more broadly on other agencies. What I do know is historically we were lean. That's a fair commentary. We were lean for corporate support, and I think the big difference is that when you're lean, you can do the day stuff reasonably well, but the higher order skills and opportunity for growing significant investment was perhaps a bit lacking. By using the investment internally, we were able to get that business case, which builds us the capacity to better articulate our needs to the whole of system in a language that can be understood.
And Dr. Morgan, would you say that you think that actually provided value for money in terms of New South Wales Ambulance and the benefits that you received out of it?
Absolutely, every single dollar.
Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you just think about the steps that an organisation has to go through, and I sometimes said this to groups that I've presented to, every chief executive knows what their priorities are. You'd hope, and then we had to convince New South Wales Health that it was their biggest priority. And New South Wales Health had to convince the Minister that it was his biggest priority. And then he had to convince the Cabinet that it was their biggest priority, and the ERC, and eventually it gets funded. And how many ways that could have gone wrong, but because we did invest and we did put our best foot forward, and it was a bit of a moonshot, this organisation and the community will be very well served over the next sort of term of the government through that process. So for us, it was a very good investment. Do I think it's right and proper to question and probe the use of consultants? Absolutely it is. But in this particular example, I can't think that there would have been any approach that we would have done that would have given us a better shot to get the funding we needed.
Chair, can I just...
So, yes, I'll go to Mr Buttigieg and then I'll go to Mrs Taylor.
It's an interesting question and the evidence, because it occurs to me that you've got this, the way you've described it is this treasury kind of way of looking at the world, right, which is very kind of analytical focused. And you meant, net present value, all these sort of terms which perhaps it's hard to translate from people who are living and breathing it into that language. Isn't there a danger, though, that by that very structure, you can set up a bit of an arms race for consultants? So, for example, the example you used before, which I understand is simplistic but very practical and helpful, of the trade-off between, how many extra ambos or the dialysis machine, then you could have a situation where one arm of health is employing consultants to compete with your consultants to make the case, when if you had someone at the top of that health peak tree that you mentioned before saying, well, basically what it means is that if we get the extra ambulances and it costs 200 million, we're going to save 50 lives. If you put the dialysis machine in, it's going to save 2 lives. Therefore, you should give us more ambulances. Like, is that kind of too simplistic, or is that a fair?
I like the thinking, but it probably is a little bit. I probably, because I'm articulating this from an operational service delivery area perspective, there is a broader lens over all of New South Wales Health, and we are actually a reasonably joined up system. And you'll hear shortly from HealthShare, who provide across all of health support and a level of expertise around, for example, procurements and things like that. So for not specifically just the consultant side, but they bring in expertise that we can tap into for any level of procurement. So we can say, well, here are the technical specifications, what we require, and we can get assistance from HealthShare in terms of putting a really comprehensive and well-developed procurement plan to the market. And so that is an internal expertise that HealthShare bring to the whole of health system. But I think your question is, and could you do more? Well, arguably there's, again, a spectrum of when it's worthwhile to bring scarce subject matter expertise in-house versus it's a comparatively rare event and you may go to the market to procure it. But
I was just concerned about the multiplicity of agencies perhaps being engaged in this arms race to get the prettiest presentation. That's a somewhat demeaning.
I know what you mean.
The most effective presentation so that they can get their chunk of the pie, when really if this was all coordinated internally you could probably dispense with that arms race.
So I think you'll get a more informed answer from HealthShare shortly. What I can say is this was a clear business decision of New South Wales Ambulance to procure a service.
Yep.
So it wasn't as a result of them going out and lobbying and putting forward what can they do for you. It was, we knew what we needed. We had a short compressed time frame. We knew the expertise we required, and we specifically went to the market for services.
Yeah. Thanks.
I'll just go to Mrs. Taylor.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Mr. Morgan. I'm sorry I missed the beginning, but and if I repeat myself, but I just wanted to thank you all for coming. I know how busy you are. And I also just wanted to say thank you so much, particularly to all of you with the really difficult challenges you've had in recent months. It's just been enormous on the New South Wales Ambulance Service, and you step up every time and you make us all very proud. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. And also to thank you for your evidence today. And I'm sure, not to contradict the chair, that it's not just diplomatic, it's transparent and it's honest, and we really appreciate that. Mr. Morgan, I just wanted to just flesh out a little bit more about, and it goes a bit to what Mr. Buttigieg, I don't know what Mr. Buttigieg was saying as well, is that when you articulated it pretty well yourself, but you talk about the fact that every department feels that theirs is, obviously I know how passionately you feel about the New South Wales Ambulance Service, and I know how strongly you advocate for that. And I know from my previous position that I felt the things in my portfolio were the most important, but it was about being able to actually demonstrate across all government priorities, and then what that allows you to do with that decision, if you so make it, which is your decision to make, that it almost applies more of a level playing field across, because it's an independent expert assessing something for cost and for benefit when you're competing against a train or a ferry or a hospital or more ambulances or more paramedics. Would that be an assessment that you would agree with? And please completely disagree.
No, I actually do. I actually do. The reason being is I think you have to have a system. There has to be a system whereby you can transparently demonstrate to the taxpayer ultimately that project was picked because of this. Now, in our world, we know that we can calculate. If we know from the international research that your chances of surviving an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest deteriorate by 7 to 10% for every minute that we're delayed. And so when you can actually improve response performance, get hands on chest and defibrillators on people's hearts, then, and do that earlier, there is a reduction in the mortality and disability that comes from that. More people survive. And you can cost that in terms of their the amount of productive economic years that they would have gone on to live for had they survived the event. And so, to some degree, as a clinician, all I know is shocking a heart's a good thing. But as a chief executive, my responsibility is to actually have the skills to articulate the economic benefit to people that have to have a comparative view of apples across apples. And that's kind of my job. And in this particular case with Swift, I used the resources we did use the resources at our disposal to put our best foot forward in a language that could be assessed on its merits.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Are we able to see the modelling that was done as part of that?
Yep.
That would be fantastic.
Yep.
Thank you. I just want to ask about the program office. So at the moment that is staffed with Deloitte. Is the idea that there is going to be a transfer of knowledge across and that will then sort of reduce the need for Deloitte to be in that office?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that question on behalf of the Chief. So I was actually responsible as the Executive Director of Strategic Implementation for overseeing all things related to the SWIFT program. For that included the Deloitte component of that work as well as supporting the internal capacity of the workforce too. So it was actually a shared model back in the days when we first received the funding. So it already started from that shared model perspective. Deloitte were heavily involved in the design of that governance framework that the Chief Executive has already described. And then already since the beginning of that contract, they've already started to wind back their level of service provision. That was already agreed through the request for tender process as well.
So that's the regional. Does that include the rural as well? Is that all happening at the same time?
So this is in relation to the SWIFT program, which is the 1.76 billion investment in ambulance.
The peri-urban. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Haven't technically got the budget on the. That's not till September. For the what we refer to as rural structural reform, because it's all about bringing in the night shifts and putting more cover on duty. But obviously, we need to do this as a seamless package. It'd be completely crazy to have one project trying to get recruitment numbers from one part of the organisation, different project trying to get another group. So we're thinking we'll manage the two together, but we're in the planning to do that, and that's why we'll keep it until November.
So we've got the peri-urban, we've got the rural.
Yes.
Was there a regional piece, or is it basically
So
cover?
peri-urban actually is Hunter. Zone 1, Zone 2, so the greater Hunter area.
Right.
It's the Central Coast and it's northern Illawarra.
Okay.
Peri-urban is just the areas that are our zones. We have 18 zones, 11 of them we classify as peri-urban. They're the ones that are really the largest population bases. So the ones that are heavily impacted by demand, reducing response performance. Whereas the other 7 zones are the ones, and an example might be Narromine. Narromine might do 4 jobs a day. If they're listening now, they'll probably tell me it's double. But they'll do a certain number of jobs per day. But if they did 2 more, mathematically, it's a 20% or 40% increase in workload, but it doesn't impact on their ability to respond. Right. So that's why the rurals were under that 562 rural structural reform.
So what's that called? Is there a project name for that?
Rural structural reform.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. The statewide rostering improvement project. Are consultants involved in that one?
They are. And again, so this is again a case of we have a certain level of internal expertise. The original project director, who I believe has now been appointed as the permanent...
Yeah, so we have an Associate Director of Rostering that's internally employed by New South Wales Ambulance. We recently permanently employed that position to support the delivery, not just this program, but essentially ensuring the consistency of rostering across our organisation so we can actually deliver the most appropriate deployments to the whole of New South Wales.
So who were the consultants involved in that one?
PricewaterhouseCoopers.
When were they engaged?
October 22, 28th of October 22.
And what do we have in terms of, I guess, how long is that engagement going for? When does it end, and how much does it cost?
Currently due to end October 2023, and the cost of the engagement is 1.1 million, so 1,074,000.
And what are they doing exactly on that then?
So they're actually providing our SME experience in terms of the program delivery again, so not dissimilar to what Deloitte have been doing for our SWIFT program. So again, standing up the capacity to do the internal transfer of knowledge. So at this point in time, we have a number of internal staff working on that program, so we can ensure the successful roll-off of PwC.
So something like, sorry, there's the employment restructuring that's happening as part of that program, I understand. Is that the kind of thing that PwC would have advised on, or is that been made, that decision was already made and they're just doing implementation?
The decisions are made by the organisation in relation to what's required.
Yeah.
PwC actually provide that the arms and the legs behind development of materials, for example, but it's actually our internal people who are leading the decision making and then also the consultation process.
Okay, and the employment contracts that are, I understand, being renegotiated across ambulance, is there consultants involved in that?
No, the consultants aren't directly involved in that at all.
Okay, apologies, Dr. Kane.
I don't know. It's more, and my apologies. It feels my ignorance on it. If you could just explain a bit more. You spoke about the consultants with the knowledge transfer and enabling. I don't actually know what it is they're doing and what knowledge is being transferred. So, if you could do it very briefly, explain what it actually is as opposed to those other aspects, that would be helpful.
Yeah, sure, not a problem. So the essential aim of this program is to develop a statewide system of rostering to ensure that everyone that's undertaking roles in relation to rostering can be implemented in the same way anywhere across the state. At the moment, the experience of our workforce is if you work and live in a particular area, you may have a particular experience with your rostering profiles, and that looks very dissimilar to other areas of our organisation. So what they're actually working through is the steps and the stages, like the process mapping, with our internal expertise to ensure that we have a really clear structured governance way of rostering that can then be measured and improved upon into the future.
So it's not technology, it's a process map of how you should roster across the state.
That's...
Are they doing a bit of... they're doing benefits realisation as well?
Yeah, of course they're doing benefits as well.
which will help with... So there is an element of technology that they have, but it's just about us being able to track the benefits of the project. So it's not a product, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're getting $1.1 million for a year to do what? To assess or to... Are they mapping the rostering? Are they doing the rostering... No, what are they doing?
Yeah, that's what I...
Yeah.
Process mapping to me, and you will no doubt correct me, but a process map is to understand what's going on so that you can review, analyse, come up with best practice. It's gathering the information that's within the organisation as opposed to a subject matter expert from outside coming in to provide advice on those external things. So I'm just wondering what the consultants are bringing that isn't there, because if it's process mapping, it's what's there already. I'm just not quite there yet.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of the people that are doing our rostering at the moment, these people are the best people we've got available to us. So often they're our paramedics from the road who have come into an administrative function to do their best to produce rosters on each day and each week and each year. So what Deloitte are actually doing is enabling us a capacity
PwC or
that...
Deloitte?
Oh, sorry. I misspoke then.
Yep.
What PwC are actually doing is enabling us to understand what's currently happening at the moment and then provide advice on how we can future-proof that system to ensure that we're not just making individual level decisions.
Was there no one internally, though, that could have provided that expertise?
Again, it was really a case of there just aren't additional resources in the organisation at that point of time for us to do that. At the end of the SWIFT program, government of the day had agreed that we include a premium. I think it's a 7% premium for every paramedic we bring on board to assist with corporate and operational support, so that we do actually have the internal capability to actually do these things. It's not as if we have groups of people that we can say, you 10 people for a year, stop doing that, come over here and do this. We've never had that capacity. Would I be optimistic that in 4 years' time we might? Yes, I would. But in terms of could we do it and turn it on and get going in a short period of time? No, not so much. The bigger issue that that Claire was alluding to there about people's experience is particularly in the space of flexible work practices. And depending on some of our processes were historical and related to where you worked as to what could be tolerated by a local area. And so they're pulling all of that together in a way that we can deliver consistent statewide experience. So always subject to operational needs, but if you need flexible work practices in Bondi, you should be able to, as far as possible, maintaining service delivery, get them in Barraba or wherever. And so that's what the statewide process will do for us. I do actually have a copy of the procurement plan. Would it actually make it simpler if we just passed up the procurement plan?
That would be fantastic.
And that will get a level of clarity, I think, that I don't have.
Would that have in it the number of PwC personnel involved in the process?
I think
would that
Response
have?
did.
They do.
That would be in there as well?
They have an outline of it included
Right.
in it. So there's actually a framework, Treasury framework, that you provide that information through. So any consultant doing it will provide, the level of staff, etc., the hours.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks very
And
much.
will that consultant be directly consulting and coordinating with people on the ground as well in terms of getting information back from the people this is impacting? Is that part of what they're doing in their implementation?
They support the internal team to undertake that activity.
Okay.
So in the consultation phase that we are at the moment, it's actually our internal people who are having direct conversations around feedback, but it is supported by PwC.
Thank you. I think that's all we have time for, unfortunately. Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you very much for taking time out of your incredibly busy schedules, and thank you on behalf of the committee for everything that you do to keep people safe across our state. If I could just advise you that any questions taken on notice today, or that we will deliver to you in supplementary questions, the answers are due back within 21 days, but the Secretariat will contact you in relation to those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
again.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Let's start with our next session and welcome our next set of witnesses. Thank you very much from HealthShare New South Wales. Could I ask each of you to please state your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation?
My name is Carmen Reckbauer. I'm the Chief Executive of HealthShare New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Hi, I'm Tony Coleman. I'm the Executive Director of Finance and Business Performance at HealthShare. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would you like to begin by making a short opening statement?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee. I'm very proud to have worked in the public sector for 29 years, holding various roles within New South Wales Health, focusing on back-of-house services. I have a background in hospitality, manufacturing and the service industry, which prepared me well for my current role as Chief Executive of HealthShare New South Wales, the largest and most diverse shared service organisation in Australia. HealthShare New South Wales was established to provide economies of scale for New South Wales Health and return savings to frontline services. A further goal was to provide a focus and career progression for non-clinical New South Wales Health employees. I joined HealthShare in August of 2005 and am proud to have been its first employee. To give you a sense of our organisation's role and scale, each year we serve around 24 million meals to public hospital patients, supply around 38,000 tonnes of hospital linen, and pay approximately 170,000 New South Wales Health employees every fortnight. This equates to 4.6 million pay files a year. Of our roughly 6,620 employees, 6,267, which is approximately 95%, work in frontline operational roles, many in regional New South Wales, supporting hospital patients with the provision of food services, linen services, cleaning services, and non-emergency transportation. Our remaining employees work in procurement and supply chain, the New South Wales Health payroll and accounts payable functions, and roles directly supporting our frontline operational teams in areas such as finance, safety and human resources. HealthShare has an advisory board and an audit and risk committee, management committee, to provide advice and support on risk, audit and compliance matters. While neither the board nor the audit and risk management committee have executive powers, they are integral to our governance framework and have the authority to escalate matters to the New South Wales Health Secretary should they deem it necessary. As both the Board and the Audit and Risk Management Committee are advisory bodies, I report directly to the New South Wales Health Secretary and not to the Chair of the HealthShare New South Wales Board. The skill mix of our board members represents the industries our business lines align to, as well as the environment we operate in. With regard to its procurement responsibilities, HealthShare New South Wales operates as part of a devolved procurement model, with eHealth New South Wales leading ICT procurement. Local health districts and other health entities undertake local contracts that are not covered by statewide contracts, that is, contracts under $250,000. We also work closely with the New South Wales Ministry of Health on tactical and operational procurement and supply of goods and services for New South Wales Health in categories such as medical consumables. With regards to procuring services from consultants, HealthShare adopts a strategic and targeted approach, which follows New South Wales Government procurement guidelines. Consultants are engaged when we require specific or specialist skills and capabilities that we can't access within our organisation, and to gain insights and expertise on worldwide best practice approaches. These engagements are evaluated in a variety of ways, including via our procurement management framework, with a focus on transferring skills to our workforce wherever possible. HealthShare New South Wales does not engage consultants or manage consultancy contracts on behalf of New South Wales Health, agencies. Joining me today is Tony Coleman, the Executive Director of Finance and Business Performance at HealthShare New South Wales. Tony joined New South Wales Health more than 20 years ago after training as a chartered accountant, and has worked in senior finance and commercial roles across a number of health entities, including Hunter New England Local Health District and the Ministry of Health. Tony and I look forward to answering your questions, and thank you again for the opportunity to appear today.
Thank you. Start with a question. I guess the headline sort of, how much you're using consultants, I guess. So if we could look at, do you have your financial spend on consultants over the last, say since 2014?
Yeah, we have those numbers. I'll focus primarily on the FY22. In FY22, we used $3.7 million on consultants.
Mm-hmm.
As Carmen mentioned, and I know Alfred D'Amato's talked a bit about it at his hearing on Monday, we actually treat them as contractors, not as consultants in terms of our financial statements.
Mm-hmm.
As Carmen mentioned, we do bring in people to support our efforts in terms of projects or efficiencies that we need to work through. We also have a number of different statewide contracts that we also need specific support with as well. So 22 was $3.7 million.
Do you have earlier years as well?
Yeah, we do have some earlier years. FY21 was $10 million.
Mm-hmm.
FY20 was 10.9, and FY19 was 7.3. I'd also just like to comment as well that whilst some of those numbers seem quite large, our role not only has a statewide view, but also we had a fairly strategic approach to the COVID response for the state government, and there was a need in there for us to use various agencies to support the pandemic efforts in terms of the supply of medical consumables to the state of New South Wales.
So if we could just put that into a bit more perspective for the committee. When we talk, I know the Audit Office talked about the distinction between contractors and consultants, as did our Chief Finance Officer. We're happy just to talk about them as being consultants because we do use consultants, as Tony has said.
Mm-hmm.
Since 2015, we've probably spent about $65 million. Putting that again into context, that's about $24 million during COVID itself, where we not only procured for New South Wales Health, we actually procured for the state of for all government agencies in New South Wales.
Mm-hmm.
And as you can imagine, it was a very different time. The procurement and supply chain across the world was in a frenzy, would probably be a good way to describe it. We are very proud of the fact that in New South Wales we did not run out of any PPE or RAT kits that we required in that time. So
could you give us an example then of what during that time you were spending or getting consultants in for? Can you give us an example?
So we were responsible for procuring PPE, so gowns, masks, all manner of medical consumables for the hospital system to deal with the influx of patients with COVID. What happened at that time was that the worldwide supply chain was disrupted, and it became, it was for manufacturers, it was quite a lucrative time, if you like. They were basically selling to the highest bidder, and so we had to enter an international market on very short time frames. So an example of that would be that if we are procuring products on behalf of New South Wales Health in consultation with our local health district colleagues, it may take 6 to 9 months to award a tender by the time you've gone through the consultation process. During COVID, that was reduced to 24 hours, and in some cases shorter than that, simply because there were other countries competing with that same product.
But what did the consultants do then for you?
So what the consultants did, they had the expertise in terms of that international supply chain and working directly with manufacturers, which is a skill set that HealthShare didn't actually have at the time.
Can we just drill down into that though? So did you use PwC during that time?
Yes, we used PwC, and we used KPMG, and we also used a couple of small boutique agencies. We chose consultancies based on their skills, and spread those skills into our workforce.
But what did PwC do exactly? Sorry, we don't know about the procurement to the level that you do. But what exactly did they do?
So, yes, I can understand that. Sorry, Chair. All right. So, if I think back to that COVID time, and I compare it to what we do in business as usual. Business as usual, it's a very measured and, I wouldn't say slow process, but very thorough process. We largely deal with distributors. We're not normally dealing directly with manufacturers. We're certainly not normally dealing with shipping companies and aeroplanes, for instance. That's the expertise that PwC brought to the table in understanding how that works on a worldwide basis.
So were they outsourced to do the procurement for you, or were they advising you on how to procure?
They were brought in to work along with a couple of the other consultancies. We basically needed people to do the job, and we needed expertise. So there was a combination of joining the HealthShare skills that we had on procuring products for health, combined with the expertise of that logistics function in terms of shipping containers, ships, aeroplanes, how how they get stock, that sort of thing. So what PwC did for us was bring to the table that expertise. The expertise we brought to the table was knowing and understanding what the health system needed in terms of the products that we were purchasing.
And did PwC or KPMG or whoever enter or help you enter into contracts with different types of suppliers that you wouldn't normally have been contracting with? So you said before, like overseas suppliers or whoever.
Yeah. So at the time, the Premier was asking for as many suppliers as possible to offer their assistance, and we were actually inundated with suppliers wanting to assist, and so we very quickly had to set up a team of people to vet those suppliers because not all of them would have been appropriate.
Did you have consultants dealing directly with those suppliers?
we had a combination of our staff and the contractors through the consultancies working with us. Everything that we did had to go through to the agency that was managing the crisis at the moment. So that was New South Wales Police. So we still had quite strict processes in place in terms of how we were procuring the goods.
Did those consultants firms, so for example PwC and KPMG, did they give you disclosures in relation to the other players that they might have had been doing work for at the same time? So if they're such large companies, for instance, were they also doing work for the suppliers? Did they disclose that or give you any assurances in relation to that?
I would have to take that question on notice, because that's actually a process question. What I can say is that we were, every supplier that approached New South Wales Health at that time that wasn't already on our panel had to go through a process which was managed by HealthShare staff.
And I understand we were in a crisis situation, and I
Yes.
think we can all understand that.
Yes.
But unfortunately, in crises, we often get corporate players preying on vulnerabilities. Was there, I guess, do you have any assurance that the consultants that you had employed to help you to obtain supplies during COVID weren't also benefiting from those relationships that they had with suppliers?
The consultancies that when we engage consultancies, they obviously have to, sign a confidentiality agreement. There are protocols in place. Those were followed during COVID, just as they are in business as usual. As I said before, the consultancy firms that were working with us were not directly reaching out to suppliers. The suppliers were encouraged to come through our team of people who put them through a very, as rigorous as it could be given the time frames in terms of who they were, what products they could supply, and did they have the capacity to do that, not just for New South Wales Health, but for New South Wales, all government departments within New South Wales Health. So in answer to your question, there was a separation in terms of, who the consultants were working, may or may not have been working for. I could not possibly say hand over heart that some of the suppliers that were providing goods to New South Wales Health at the time weren't always working with the consultancies, but what I can say to you is that there was a separation. I'm satisfied that there was a separation from the consultants in terms of our process of engaging manufacturers.
Mrs. Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. May I ask you, during that height of the time when that was all happening and we didn't know what was ahead and we were trying to procure things from masks to ventilators to everything that you had to do, and what was something I imagine you'd never, nor you nor HealthShare had ever been through before, nor most of us really in this room, well, any of us really, could you have possibly procured the amount of stock that you did from masks to ventilators at that time without the help of consultants for the people of New South Wales?
Absolutely not. There was no. You're right. It was unprecedented times. We couldn't do that. But what I can say is that we learnt through that process. So after COVID started, some 18 months later, we were in a similar situation in terms of procuring rat kits for New South Wales.
Remember that lovely chestnut?
That's right. And we were able to do that totally on our own without the use of consultants because of what we had learnt during the procurement of PPE. So there was an absolute skill transfer and an uplift in our service capability as a result of COVID, and I would argue that was probably the biggest benefit that HealthShare and indeed New South Wales Health and indeed government got out of that period of time.
And I presume too that that would be ongoing for you, that transfer of skill and that knowledge and that ability to procure quickly and, for the best price possible for the people of New South Wales.
Absolutely.
Dr. Kane.
Could I ask a follow-up question? I'm still struggling a little bit with understanding. I know the chair has asked, but I'm struggling with still understanding the actual functions of the consultants. And I know it was in a very pressured time, and I know, as you said, you did things very quickly, which is a credit to you. I am wondering, we just heard from New South Wales Ambulance, and we were talking about one of their use of consultants, and they had a procurement plan. Because you're in such a constrained time frame, did you have things like procurement plans? I just wondered if there was something documented which would give me a better sense of what those tasks were, which I think this did for the ambulance. Is there something that you could provide that would allow me to understand a bit better?
I can certainly take that on notice, and I'm absolutely sure that we do. I think what we need to also understand that when we were working through COVID, we were working under the emergency procedures and within those guidelines. So they are slightly different to what business as usual is. Our major focus at the time was making sure that we got fit for purpose products for the clinicians within New South Wales Health, because quite frankly it was a time when suppliers saw it as an opportunity to sell their goods, and we had to make sure that the goods that we were buying were going to be fit for purpose.
Of course, appreciate that. It's simply to help my understanding. Thank you.
Sorry, Tony.
I just also want to add, if I could, in terms of the engagement that we had around that period of time, there's also things like international freight forwarding, which we haven't really heavily been involved with, custom clearances, scheduling of inbound deliveries. If you can imagine, the volume of trucks just to move that inventory was quite significant. Coordination of deliveries to distribution centres, and then also out to the LHDs or the vaccination hubs as well. So there was a number of other things that were completed during that period of time as well.
I'm going to go to Mr. Farlow in a minute, and I was just going to ask a quick question first, and then after Mr. Farlow I'll go to Mr. Buttigieg. Just coming off of the comments from Mrs. Taylor, no one has suggested that there's never a use for consultants on this committee so far. Clearly there is a limited time for consultants when expertise is being brought on. It sounds very much like you've taken that opportunity to upskill and all the rest of it. The questions that I was asking really are around, as we know, suppliers were price gouging during that time. Suppliers were taking advantage of the crisis. The consultants firms also made a really huge amount of profit during that time. It is, part of what this committee is doing to look at exactly how consultants are used and the ethics around what they are doing as well. So please take these questions in that light. We're not criticising your actions during COVID. I'm curious as to exactly what was, I guess, being offered by PwC and KPMG in terms of that helping to source product quickly and at the best price and then doing the logistics, and how potential conflicts of interest with their other global clients was disclosed to you and managed. So
we obviously have an an ongoing relationship with, a number of consultants over the years, largely to transfer skills, as I've said. There is a framework that we operate within, whereby consultants are required to disclose if there are conflicts of interest, and then what we need to do is manage those conflicts of interest. Now, that didn't change during COVID, but in terms of specific skills that they brought to the table was largely around international logistics capability, so, understanding how that works and helping us to understand how that works, to that we were able to link up with the right skill set. They also designed and implemented the supply chain management that we needed to have to ensure the continuity of supply at the time. So those documents are definitely available, and that might be something that would help you, which at that time was extremely new to us. Now, in terms of whether there were relationships with some of those organisations, I don't know. There could have been. However, I'm very comfortable I'm assured that the framework that we work under continued to operate during COVID, and we managed conflicts as they arose. And I might add that it wasn't just about conflicts of consultants being involved. It was also potential conflicts of anybody who was suggesting that we deal with specific suppliers.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Farlow and then to Mr. Buttigieg.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Reckbauer, for your attendance here today. Just interested, in terms of the pandemic, I guess there were two different issues. One was that expertise, as you've outlined, and in terms of that international knowledge. But I guess the second one was that more than ever, government was required at the start of that pandemic. And there was sort of a hands and legs sort of approach as well of needing more personnel. Now, you were talking about all of the requests that were coming into HealthShare, or the offers, the unsolicited offers, of whether it be masks or ventilators or the like. And I must say, through my experience as an MP, and I'm sure others had that experience at the time as well, that there were a lot of people who came knocking on your door. What sort of processes were in place to try and actually sift through those proposals, and what sort of experience did the consultants bring to bear in that approach that HealthShare wouldn't necessarily have had in what were quite quick turnaround times at the time?
Well, we needed to establish, the credentials of the suppliers that were approaching us. We needed to be able to understand their capacity to supply in the volumes that we were after. We needed to understand their relationships with manufacturers and distributors. As you can imagine, we had, there were many claims about what they could and couldn't do. And so there was quite a detailed process, which I'm happy to supply that. We had to document that in terms of what we asked for suppliers. Now, we need to balance that then against requiring to place orders sometimes within a very, very short time frame at a specific dollar value. So, and at times we needed to take things at face value, simply because we were, under pressure to deliver. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And to that point, so I take it that when you consider these consulting firms, they have an international network and an international understanding and breadth that I imagine would have been useful at that time in terms of assessing the credentials of people who were coming before HealthShare and trying to sell certain products and services. Is that correct?
Yes, they did, as did numerous other organisations at the time. So, for instance, the New South Wales Police, who were responding to, or the lead in the crisis, they were also sending people our way. Politicians were, the average Joe Blow on the street. Everybody was taking a very hands-on approach to supporting New South Wales Health in, ensuring that we had the products that we needed in the system. So,
I take it as well that in terms of that model, that's not the usual model that HealthShare would employ. It was a time when you had effectively the governments of the world competing against each other for what were very scarce resources, a time when there was a significant fear of the unknown and the reliability of the supply chain at the time. So it was a very different mode of operating from what HealthShare would usually be used to. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think we need to make it very clear that the consultants who were working with us were not sourcing directly from suppliers. HealthShare we did that. Our staff did that. They worked 7 days a week, many hours a day.
Thank you, Ms. Redpath. That's it from me.
Mr. Buttigieg.
Thanks, Chair. If I could thank you for both of you, first of all, for coming along and giving us your time. If I could just take you to a counterpoint to, a different track, I guess, situation normal, for want of a better word. Earlier on today in evidence, we heard from Dr. Morgan how there's this sort of system whereby you've got to convince ultimately a whole range of layers of the bureaucracy and the government, but ultimately Treasury. And to do that, it sometimes pays, so to speak, to employ professional consultants who are able to put it in Treasury speak so that the case is strengthened. And I made the point that it occurred to me that was potentially conducive to an arms race for consultants, because you'll have different parts of, in this case, health, but I'm sure it's the same across other portfolios and departments, competing for funding. Earlier on in your evidence, I think you said that you're not directly responsible for oversight and administration of contracts down into the weeds of various departments, but I wonder whether or not you have a view about whether or not there could potentially be someone at your level who filters or gatekeeps these competing propositions, puts them into Treasury speak. I mean, Mr. Coleman's an accountant, for example. I'm sure that there could be the capability to build up this sort of expertise so that in the long run, we're not spending millions of dollars on consultants to tell Treasury what we already know, but we're simply using resident expertise to put it in that language. Is there any latitude for us to go down that path, or has it ever been done before, or to what degree is it done?
I think Dr. Morgan was talking about a business case.
Yeah, so the evidence he gave and the example he used was very illuminating. And so you might have a situation where New South Wales Ambulance is asking for X number of extra paramedics, for example, or X number of extra ambulances, or X number of extra stations. And in order for them to make that claim, they didn't have the internal expertise to put it in the language that was compelling to Treasury. Economic analysis, in other words. So they employ consultants to tell Treasury what New South Wales Ambulance are trying to quantify and justify in their claim. But then that might be competing with a dialysis machine over in a certain hospital. Now, presumably, the claim for the dialysis machine also may require the employment of consultants to make their case. Now, if you extrapolate that across the whole public sector, you could have this artificial inducement to an arms race for consultants. So my question is, why don't we have someone at the peak level filtering all this and using internal economic expertise to make the case to Treasury? Save us a fortune, wouldn't it?
Can I just take a point of order? I'm reluctant to do so, Chair, and you may completely disagree. But I understand what Mr Buttigieg is doing, and it's absolutely well within his right. But I think for him to ask a question based on evidence that was just given by Mr Morgan, and I actually disagree with his not all of it, with parts of his interpretation that he's now asked the witness. I think it's actually a very difficult question to ask when you're actually putting the imputation that this is what that person meant. So it's very hard for the witness. I don't know if you were here or not, perhaps you were, so I'll take it all back. But I think that's a very difficult. I think the question needs to be straightforward and to the witness, rather than saying that a previous witness said something that the honourable member may interpret to a different member.
In relation
to the point of order, Chair, I do take the point of order on board, but my understanding was that HealthShare were in the room, and in fact, Dr. Morgan suggested that I ask HealthShare.
In relation to the point of order, I don't uphold it, but I will remind the witnesses that to the extent that you are unable to refer appropriately back to your memory of what you've heard, or you think that there is some other detail that you're missing, then please do just take the question on notice.
I'm not sure it's our place to comment on that. From my perspective, regardless of what the business case is for, it needs to be at a fairly high level and stand up on its merits. From my perspective, it's really important that any business case that is done meets a number of needs that Treasury require. This is public money, we're accountable, and we need to be showing that we're actually doing the right thing and the business case does stack up. So regardless of who prepares that business case, and as I said, that's not where I think we should comment on, there needs to be a fairly good set of governance around what that document is and what it represents.
No, that's sort of academic to my point. I'm not questioning that there has to be rigorous assessment of the cost-benefit analysis. What I'm saying is the means to get to that point may involve a multiplicity of consultants across various subsets of the department, when, if it was streamlined internally, you may be able to save the public quite a bit of money by translating those analyses for Treasury instead of employing a multiplicity of consultants to do so. It's a fairly straightforward proposition. I mean, if you don't think there's any benefit...
I think it'd probably be helpful for the committee to just understand how, the procurement process works within New South Wales Health, and that may go some way to answering your question. So, as I said in my opening statement, HealthShare is involved in statewide contracts that would be of benefit across local health districts, or ambulance, or whoever, any of the other health entities. So the way that we go about those processes is that it is the responsibility of the health entity to establish what they require. And where they get their funding from, however that works. HealthShare's role is in supporting the system in the actual process. And so we do things like organise the evaluation committees. So we would write to all the chief executives, ask for representatives, so that we've got the range of skills that we need at the table to be able to assess the tenders that come to us. That then needs to be signed off. That needs to be signed off by the Tender Evaluation Committee and make a recommendation as to who would be, who's the successful tenderer. That then, let's say we're doing a piece of work with New South Wales Ambulance, for instance. Dr. Morgan would sign off on the clinical aspects in relation to ambulance. I would sign off on the process so that, my role in that is that I'm signing off to say that HealthShare followed the correct process in terms of the procurement guidelines. Dr. Morgan is signing off on the clinical needs of that product. That then goes to our Chief Procurement Officer, who says, yes, he's satisfied that,
I understand.
everything has been done.
If I could I can understand because you've answered the question. So structurally what we have is a multiplicity of silos and authorisations, but no one at the top overseeing it all from a funneling perspective. In other words, we've got all these subsets putting in claims for consultants, and yes, we're happy individually that it's met all the probity matters and the cost benefit, but no one's sort of saying, well, maybe if we did this internally, we could save quite a bit, because it's just from a public policy perspective. I'm interested to know whether there's any benefit there in looking at that. That's all.
I think there needs to be some perspective here. There's about 6,000 contracts within New South Wales Health.
Yeah.
Right. HealthShare manages about 1,700 of them. They're the statewide contracts. We don't employ, and when I say we, New South Wales Health doesn't just employ consultants for every contract that we do. The contract that Dr. Morgan was talking about was he outlined specifically why the needs, why he needed them. I think it would be unwise to think that is then that process is transferred to every contract, because the reality is that the majority of contracts that we manage within New South Wales Health, whether that be at a central level or a local level, consultants are absolutely not involved in, because we have the expertise within the system. We draw on consultants when we don't have the expertise, and or we need to be able to build that expertise within our organisation.
Yes, no, I understand, but I think the point I was trying to make was that, and I think this is what Dr. Morgan was implying too, is if I'm competing for funds, ultimately that's what Treasury's doing, they're allocating funds based on a limited pool, then if entity X is requiring 10 dialysis machines, some sort of comparative analysis has to be done, and entity X may want to employ consultants to justify those dialysis machines. So then you've got two sets of consultants. Now, if you extrapolate that across a whole range, you may have a lot of consultants. I'm not saying in all cases, because as you've just said, they're not always necessary. But you see my point. There might be some reduction in costs available by looking at that from an overall perspective.
Look, with respect, I don't think that is appropriate for me to comment on.
Okay. No, understand.
HealthShare's role is in supporting the system in being able to procure and supply goods and services.
Thanks.
Can I just ask one final question, and feel free to take it on notice if it's easier. When you said that those consultants, PAWC and KPMG, were involved in helping to develop a short list of sort of approved suppliers, or helping with that work, were they also, to your knowledge, doing that for other states and territories?
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of that.
Is Yeah, okay. Perhaps if I could ask you to take it on notice in terms of looking at whether there was any discount offered for work that was of the same nature being done in other parts of the country. That would be very useful for us.
Can I ask, would you regard that, as the Chair's outlined, as being a potential conflict of interest that would need to be disclosed? Because you mentioned earlier on that there was self-disclosure in relation to issues to do with confidentiality, but also potential conflict of interest disagreements. And I'm not talking about the COVID period, I'm talking about now.
Oh, in normal circumstances,
Yep.
they would have to, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
But
very
I
much.
understand the Chair was asking about COVID.
Well,
And
I'm asking about now. Yeah.
We were working closely with other states and the Commonwealth.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. In relation to questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in touch, but they are to be returned within 21 days. That completes this session. We will be returning at 3 p.m. with our next set of witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Welcome back. I now welcome our next witnesses from Health Infrastructure. We have one of our witnesses here with us in person and one online. If I could ask you first, Ms. Wark, to start by telling us your name, position, title, and then swearing either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca Wark. I am the Chief Executive of Health Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, and apologies for pronouncing your name wrong,
No trouble.
Ms. Wark.
You had a 50-50 chance.
Yeah, I had a 50-50 chance, that's true. And if I could ask you, Mr. Di Bartolomeo, please.
Yes, my name is Lucio Di Bartolomeo. I'm Chair of the Health Infrastructure Board, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would either of you like to make a short opening statement, or should we go straight to questions?
No, thank you.
Okay.
No.
So perhaps we could ask you, similar to some previous witnesses, just about understanding exactly how much you spend on consultants. And if you're able to give us some figures, that would be very useful.
Certainly. Thank you. I think probably first, just to outline Health Infrastructure, the nature of the work that we do. Most of the work is in relation to capital spend, and under the definitions we don't consider those consultants to be advisory consultants under the terms. But the consultancy spend for the financial year of 23 was in the order of 155 million, including all of the capital works consultants which we engage.
And when, for example, there's a piece of infrastructure, and you have to excuse, I don't know infrastructure terminology particularly well, so excuse me if I get this, not getting it quite right. But when we have a piece of infrastructure has been approved, I've seen that the consultants are often brought in at that point to be project managers. Does that get booked as consultants or as contractors?
As contractors, as part of the capital spend. So that would include project managers, architects, engineers, cost planners, and the like.
Okay, so it gets brought into the capital spend for that particular project. Do you I think I probably know the answer to this, but do you have any estimate of what that contract amount would be per year, or is it per project?
It's managed per project, but per year for the last financial year it was in the order of 155 million, and we have very minor advisory consultancy spend.
Okay, I see. So that's the 155 million. Right, got it. And approximately how many different projects would that be spread across?
We have approximately 130 projects at any one time.
Okay.
Not all of those are in construction. Some are in planning phase, design, construction, delivery, or commissioning.
Thank you. I just wanted to, before I move on, just clarify one of the questions that I asked, I think must have been when we first had Health in, was to talk about this report that was prepared by PAWC in June 2012. It was prepared for New South Wales infrastructure, but it was about health infrastructure. So it's called the Health Infrastructure Baseline Report. Are you familiar with that report?
No, I'm not familiar with the report.
Then I will leave that bit there. I'll just pause and ask my government colleagues if they have any questions while I gather my next stream.
No, that's fine.
Right. Very good. So if you could take us to an example, if I look at, can we talk about the Randwick campus redevelopment? Can you talk to us about what that project is and what consultants are doing on that particular project?
Sure. The Randwick campus redevelopment has been going for a number of years. first since, I think, about 2015. It has a number of different consultants engaged, and that would be construction consultants. There has been a project management team appointed for the Prince of Wales Hospital New Acute Services Building. There's also a project manager for the Children's Hospital Randwick, and then a number of design architects, cost planners involved in that space as well.
Okay, so if we have, for example, I just pulled off of the e-tendering site a contract award notice that, so this is a contract for project management services for parts 4 to 9 of the main works at Randwick Campus redevelopment. PricewaterhouseCoopers, so this is a project duration 23rd of January 2018 to the 30th of September 2023, so that's covering a good sort of 5.5 years. The amount payable to them under that contract is just over $8 million. What exactly are they doing for that amount?
So their appointment originally for parts 4 to 9, that's the construction and delivery phase of the project, for the project management of that. So it's managing finalisation of the design with the architects, checking through different levels of governance, preparing reporting, liaising with the construction contractors, who on that project has been Lend-Lease, and liaising substantially with South East Sydney Local Health District and with ourselves around all sorts of areas of coordination, making sure that reporting against program quality and any of the deliverables under their project management contract.
Why would that one have been a limited tender?
Sorry, a limited tender?
Yeah, sorry, the method of tendering was limited. Why would that
that's
be?
standard for our procurement contracts, and was the model that was set up when health infrastructure was set up in 2007. And that is generally because we have specialist contractors and consultants who are specialist in our areas.
Yeah.
And that I can advise that Randwick redevelopment went to 5 tenderers. Not, in fact, only one of them in the top 4.
Yeah.
What is referred to, I think, by this committee as the top 4 consultants. So I can advise that it went to Oricon, APP, CBRE, John Staff and PWC. And they would have been assessed on both priced and non-price criteria. So partly the team that they bring, any initiatives that they propose, as well as other non-price and price components.
Is that, can I ask, Chair, just in terms of, just a bit of a follow-up on that line, so what role do the consultants play in the interface on that particular suite of tenderers? In other words, do the consultants look at the standard providers and go, okay, we've got 6 firms who normally do this, let's put the tender out to them because they're pre-existing, we know they do a good job, whatever, they've satisfied us before? Or is that directly the department, or?
That's Health Infrastructure's role to procure and appoint the consultants.
As well?
So no, so my role as Chief Executive is to lead that process with Health Infrastructure.
Okay.
To procure the different consultants and contractors that we use on those projects.
So the consultant has no role in the tender process or picking the contractors?
The construction contractors?
Yep.
Sorry, just to understand what you're meaning. Yes, they have a role in managing that process with us, but the selection of the contractor would be done in accordance with government guidelines and the tendering guidelines, and would include a tender evaluation committee with a number of different members, which Health Infrastructure would be a member. Usually the local health district would also be a member, and there's generally an independent as a member as well.
So the consultants kind of, do they run the comms, like the tendering process, and then it comes back to this overall committee that goes, okay, it's in accordance with our guidelines, we're going to go with X, or how? Just
They
talk
do
me-
the doing, if it's probably an easy way to think about it, of putting the documentation together.
Yep.
The actual management of that process would be done by my project director and senior project director, and then assessed by the Tender Evaluation Committee and brought through our normal level of governance, through me for approval, and depending on the value of that with delegation, may then go, or for a value of that kind, would, under the guidelines, would go to the CFO for approval, CFO of New South Wales Health.
And can I ask, you know how you said you put on evidence that there was a set amount of, I think there's a term, isn't there, like pre-approved, or are they just regular contractors you use that you tried and true, for want of a better word? No?
Under the different panels, different contractors are approved for different values of work.
Yep.
So depending on the estimated total construction cost, we would select a number of contractors to go on to a tendering panel.
And is that
and similarly with consultants like architects and project managers as well. They are pre-qualified to bid for certain values of work.
Pre-qualified. So how often is that pre-qualified sort of list reviewed, and against what criteria?
I can provide more advice on that on notice, but it's my understanding that HI reviews our panels annually, and different contractors can apply if they understand they've had other relevant experience over a particular period. They can apply to be approved at a different amount.
So you go out to market on an annual basis and go, we've got these projects, if you're interested, put your best foot forward.
Not quite. What we do is we have a panel of pre-approved consultants and contractors, depending on the scope of the work. And then, depending on that nature, we have a tender selection committee within health infrastructure of health infrastructure people who consider our portfolio of projects across all of our projects, what the program of those is coming up, what the experience of the different tenderers might be, and then we selected tendering, it's called. And we have also gone to market for expressions of interest from the industry as part of Premier Berejiklian's 10-point plan for construction to communicate more broadly with contractors in particular about which projects they are most keen to bid on, that they think suit the resources that they have available and their skill sets. And considering all of that, then we will look at the portfolio and make select tender panels, and then depending on who's awarded which contract along the way, we make adjustments so that we're working with what we understand the capacity, so we don't overload any particular consultant or contractor. So we have quite a broad spread.
Can I just one more? Sorry, Chair. Can I ask if any of the criteria for that selection includes industrial relations practices, like for the firms contracting?
Sorry, can I confirm whether you're now talking about construction for construction builders, as we think of them, or for consultants?
Construction builders for this particular question, yes.
Industrial relations and workplace health and safety are parts of general worker wellbeing. Workplace health and safety is one of the tender schedules which a tenderer would need to complete and is part of the non-price assessment.
And as a subset of that criteria, would wages and conditions be part of that?
Not generally, no, to my understanding.
Okay, thanks.
But sorry, just to clarify, there is a requirement when a contractor makes a progress claim for works completed. There are certain certifications that they need to provide around payment of their workers and subcontractors.
Around payment, but not necessarily award standards or agreement standards, for example.
That's a matter of separate legislation, is my understanding.
Okay, thanks.
So just coming back to the 5 tenderers for this particular contract in relation to the Randwick campus redevelopment with PAWC, when you say that, so there was five were invited to tender, is there any mechanism within health infrastructure to check on who is getting what percentage of contracts, I guess. Is there anything to stop health infrastructure from issuing a request for tender to 5 companies, knowing full well that 4 of them won't make it, and you'll have to give it to one in particular? I'm just going to ask it that bluntly. What mechanism is there to stop that happening?
So the tender selection committee, which I referred to earlier, Chair, it considers things just like that. So it looks at the workload of each of the consultants across our spread of portfolio, and we report that to our board at every board meeting, which considers not only total spend with a consultant, but also the work in progress. So when a project is likely to finish and when, therefore, they may have a team available for other work. So if we put out a tender to 4 tenderers, and I have to say on this, having 5 tenderers is quite unusual, but it was quite a large project. On a project of that scale, we would normally go to 4 and more recently probably 3. And we would not go to tender if we didn't think that the tenderer had the capacity and capability to put in a real proposal which can be properly considered. So it's I think, to answer as bluntly, it's a real competition.
Okay. So if we look at, I've got another one here in front of me that was published 14th of July 2021 in relation to the Sydney Children's Hospital Randwick Stage 1, again granted to PricewaterhouseCoopers for $11.3 million, again to be a project manager. This one runs from the 17th of June 21 to 31st of March 26. It appears to have been issued without any tender. Is that correct, or is that because it's a variation?
My understanding is that it did go to tender, and the other tenderers were Oricon, John Staff and TSA.
Okay.
So that, I'm not sure what you're looking at there, but it's possible it's a variation.
Right, okay.
I can take a question on notice.
Yeah, if you could come back to me with exactly how much the variation was worth as well, that would be useful. Okay, so there's those 2. If we look at some more recent ones, again, just trying to understand, trying to bring out examples to understand how these things are done and how they come about. We've got here KPMG was awarded on the 14th of June this year by Health Infrastructure, something to do with an MME asset register. Could you tell us what that one is? It was $656,000 worth.
I don't recall the precise detail, but MME is major medical equipment. We have a role, since there was a new Treasury guideline brought in, I'd say 2 to 3 years ago, in assisting the local health districts and networks around setting up their asset management frameworks and increasing their internal capability within their own workforce. And major medical is one component of that, major medical equipment. Part of it is data collection, and part of it is setting up the framework, but I'm not familiar with the exact scope of that contract. I can take that on notice.
Thank you. And something like that, would that then sit outside of the spend you were talking about before, which is kind of wrapped up into infrastructure? Would this be something that was more of a kind of standalone piece for health infrastructure, or would it also be part of a
It depends on the nature of the scope, but we are, our asset management business is partially managed separately to our main capital works projects because it's a specific task to improve the maturity of the capability of the districts and networks in that asset management space.
Can you estimate the percentage of the spend on consultants that is to do with project management of infrastructure projects?
I can advise not just project managers, but the approximate spend of all of our consultancy across all of our delivery and construction is in the order of 95%.
Okay, and would they ever be doing something that wasn't project management as part of that?
Architectural design, cost planning, could be in relation to specific commissioning exercises or facility design. They, if it's project management, they are also involved in doing the consultation, community consultation, user group meetings with the hospital teams.
Would it be fair to say that most of it was project management?
I would have to take that on notice because
be
there's
useful.
quite a large spend on our principal designers also.
Okay. Just in terms of that, has there ever been a proposal to have an in-house project management team? So instead of going to consultants every time, to have a, sort of a team on site that would do project management, or is that not a...
We have resources which we refer to as project directors and senior project directors, and the majority of them certainly have general project management experience and skill sets. Because of the scale of our the scale of our project and our portfolio, the number of those people that we would need would be, at the moment, I would say we have in the order of 200 project management type resources, which are in what you refer to as that consultant group.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I think there are, when we purchase a project manager, that is a team of people with specialist skill sets. It's not one person necessarily for the duration of a project. There will be different people who have different specialist skill sets for different phases of the project.
So how many staff does Health Infrastructure have then?
We have a team of something in the order of 300 to 350.
Okay. Is it, and I just don't know the answer, so excuse me if it's ignorant, but is there a possibility that you could structure the department in a completely different way to have those 300, 350 people and then also have the 200 people who are currently consultants actually as being direct employees of the public sector?
One of the benefits of having a diverse group of different project managers from different consultancies and in fact different design houses as well is that you are getting contemporary advice. They have not only health as clients, they also have other government and non-government clients. So we feel that it's, you're getting expert advice in that space. We're also, depending on what the forward spend is, about how many projects we have that can expand and contract as to the number of projects that we have. So having all of that as in-house resources would not be efficient in that space, and we may end up with too many resources and not enough projects.
So can I ask, so you're suggesting that an in-house group of essentially public servants couldn't provide expert advice?
No, I'm not suggesting that.
Well, I don't understand the suggestion that they wouldn't be capable of gathering and gaining expertise because they weren't consultants.
I'm not sure what your question is.
The suggestion you had as to why you couldn't have an internal group was because they wouldn't be able to bring expertise.
No, I'm sorry. I think my suggestion was that the scale and the quantum of people that we would need would need to be much larger than what we have now. And also, a benefit of having a broad cross-section and diversity of people working on those projects is that they also have experience on different types of projects in both the government and non-government space.
Could I ask a follow-up question to that? Are we to take from that the 200 odd, or whatever the figure is, that they are all very specialised, one-off, so they would be used on one project and not another? So what I'm taking is that we need those consultants because they bring a bespoke skill for a project. So is that to suggest that each of the many, many projects that you run and will continue to run over time will not need a consistent skill set, that it will be someone different each time required?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that at different stages of the project, generally you have different types of professionals involved or different subsets of professionals involved. I think it's a common model that's set up certainly across government and across infrastructure about how projects are delivered. I don't think what we do is anything unusual. It would be possible to have a model of completely in-house workforce, but it is certainly not a model that's viewed across industry as a contemporary model or anything that's been adopted, certainly in my career of more than 30 years.
But there could potentially be a hybrid of that. So there could be a greater pool of directly employed workers with then another subset that still are contracted that are a smaller group. Is that a possibility?
I think the model which health infrastructure adopts is largely what you're describing. We have some in-house expertise and in-house roles that some are more junior than others in that managing and delivering of projects, but the actual doing of the management. So we have people who are on site and not just sitting in an office in St Leonard. So we have project management officers, and so we have our own people on those sites, but they are also supplemented with other resources to create a complete project team.
It sounds like a classic use of consultants where there's not a skill transfer though. So there's no part of the model that you're using which can be used to upskill department staff. Would that be correct?
There's quite a lot of collaboration in our projects and between our project teams. So it's
skill transfer though in terms of then reducing the reliance on consultants in the future.
I would say there is skill transfer between all of our teams, and particularly with our some of our younger people on sites that are employed by health infrastructure. They pick up skills from the whole project team.
Presumably we could afford a lot of staff for $155 million a year. I just want to push that point that Mr. Primrose was making. I appreciate that, you know, since the 80s and a bunch of more contemporary ideology that is now being perhaps questioned a little bit, has been to sort of gut the public sector in favour of reliance on consultants. I appreciate that this is not something that just health infrastructure is doing, but it could be done differently, couldn't it? We could be using these opportunities to actually upskill a bunch of public sector employees and then having them as experts in project management.
Certainly it's a different model which could be adopted. It would be government having a different risk profile in that space. It would be government having that risk, and you'd have to have a pretty strong pipeline of infrastructure for all of that workforce to undertake.
Chair, just to follow up on that, Ms. Walk, how long did you say you've been in this particular line of work? I think, was it 30 years?
Yes, it would be in the order of that.
Takes us back to what, in the 90s, I guess. Does that, was there a point in time where this wasn't the model? In other words, where health used to do it pretty much in-house?
Sorry, to be clear, I've not worked in New South Wales Health for 30 years. I've worked in infrastructure. My background is in infrastructure, in construction and project management, both in government and non-government roles.
So was the early part of your career in the private sector, was it?
I have had private sector roles at various stages, yes.
Yeah. So just to, okay, so in terms of that sort of area, so with these consultancy firms that are doing the kind of the legwork with the tendering and all the rest of it, is there any probity around cross relationships they may have with some of the construction companies? So, for example, I would imagine it would be possible that a consulting firm might do consulting work for a construction company and the department. Is there any level of probity on that sort of thing?
Yes, there are declarations which would be required to be made. We have probity advisors when we do varying procurements. So, there is, I think it is well managed within our risk model and within our business model. And if there is perceived to be a conflict, then that is managed.
Because the Auditor General report specifically identified a lack of documentation being a major contributor to the limited oversight into how consultants were engaged or managed. Sort of indicates that perhaps that's not the case from the AG's perspective. Do you have any commentary around that?
I'm sorry, I missed the part of, I couldn't hear you quite properly, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. There was an Auditor General's report into the government's use of consultants and they identified a lack of documentation as being a major contributor to limited oversight into how consultants were engaged or managed. So in your particular area, are you able to take us through how records of consultancy engagements are collected and where they're stored?
Yes, we have a procurement department which manages that. It's all stored electronically these days. I can take on notice and give you some more detail in relation to that, but I am not aware of any issues which Health Infrastructure has that you're referring to from the Auditor General's report.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Penrose.
Well, can I just follow on from that? And please take on notice. I'd be interested in, without looking at anything specific, just the actual questions and forms that you use to do those assessments and require consultants. But my question, if I can, is to the chair, Mr. Bartolomeo. I hope that's
Di Bartolomeo.
Bartolomeo. My apologies.
That's fine.
I'll refer you as chair. Can I please ask you what the role of the board is in considering? Do you receive recommendations for the appointment of consultants?
We do, above a certain level, so there's delegation levels involved, and where they go above a certain level, we do get involved. We get regular reports on who our project manager is on a meeting-by-meeting basis, where they're at, the status of their expenditure on projects. I would like to, if I could, go back to the issue of the 200 or so that are at any point in time working as project managers or within the project management field, and ensure that it's understood those 200 aren't the same 200 week in, week out. And in fact, during the course of a project, different expertise comes into play. And so that 200 is a very variable number. There might be 200 at any point in time, but the actual individuals are not 200 at multiple numbers of consultants in use on a project, like the Randwick example that we spoke of earlier.
Can I just ask on that particular point there then? So again, because we don't do this day in, day out, so we're not sort of sure about how these things are set up, but your average project management office at a, in relation to one particular project, presumably, although there are specialist consultants within that project office, there would also be generalist consultants as well, those who are, the more juniors or those who are just perhaps have more transferable skills to different areas. What percentage would be, that sort of level of specialist expertise versus just the kind of rump of capacity that you need to run the project office?
I think Rebecca might be better at that detail.
There's a variety of people, and yes, it's true, some of them are more generalist, and there are comms resources, there are some administrative resources, there are design managers, construction specialists in the project management field. So there is a variety of resources, and often our own people, our own project directors and senior project directors in those combined PMOs also.
And is there scope then for reducing the numbers of consultants sitting in those project offices in favour of putting in, again, employing public sector and having them benefit from that sort of upskilling that you might get?
We do have cadet and graduate programs as well, which upskill those resources that I think you're referring to. Again, it goes to the risk profile which we adopt and which government adopts in that space around who's carrying the risk for certain tasks and for different decisions which are made.
Is there, though, some people in those offices who are currently employees of PwC that creates a greater number of those consultants being in these project management offices when instead we could be substituting that with public sector employees if you had more public sector employees to deploy?
Depending on the risk profile that was adopted, yes, that is possible. But it would change the risk profile.
Yeah. Could I ask about this risk profile, Ms. Wack? Are you operating, is there an understanding you have about what the government, or what is government policy, or a particular framework in terms of risk. You've mentioned it a couple of times. So what is exactly that risk policy that you're referring to, and where did that come from, and when?
I guess it's more around roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders in any project, and where that sits contractually. The costs would come from somewhere, whether they were government employees or contracted to industry. I'm not referring to a particular risk framework document.
Oh, okay, because you seem, it could have been my misunderstanding. You seem to be suggesting there was a government sort of risk profile that you were working to. I may have misunderstood that, if that's...
There are standard government methodologies for how major infrastructure projects are delivered, and we participate in the construction leadership group with New South Wales and my agency colleagues, and we have different working groups there where we talk around different frameworks, and for example, the recent cost escalation issues and how they're managed with on a government-wide basis.
But can I just follow up on that, because I'm not sure I quite understand the relationship. So risk profile, does that mean in a contractual sense, if there's a variation or there's some sort of potential legal action because of the breach of a contractual term, is the implication that it would be better to have the consultant liable because they've got some sort of contractual relationship with the builder, or is it because if it was all in-house, the department would bear the costs of that legal act? I'm not sure, because I thought there wasn't any relationship between the consultants and the builders other than them doing the paperwork.
So I'm not sure of your question. Could you repeat the question?
Well, this risk profile which my colleagues have been asking you about, what can you specifically identify what the risk to the Department of Health would be by doing this sort of thing internally, to be blunt?
That's more a resourcing issue.
So it's not risk, it's resource. You mean risk in terms of financial risk by having more employees on the books, is that what you mean?
No, I'm not suggesting that.
Okay. Could you tell us what you mean then?
So risk is generally apportioned to different stakeholders depending on what the risk might be and whether it's a construction risk or a consultancy risk. I think when I was referring to risk earlier, when your colleague was asking me a question, it was more around roles and responsibilities and contractually who has those and what they are paid for that service. Because at the end of the day, the project budget, whether it's with in-house resources or external resources, has a finite budget, and those resources are paid for.
So
I
it is
think what we're
financial
talking
then.
about here, is the issue of taking risk to mean liability. Who is liable for any loss, overruns, etc.? I mean, that's how I'm certainly interpreting the issue of risk.
Well, this is what I'm trying to get at. I don't understand how liability can be apportioned to a consultant if all they're doing is the mechanical admin.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. My apologies.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
If they are tendering a scope of work, they give you a proposal to undertake that scope of work, and that's the amount of money that they've paid, unless the scope is varied. And so whether that takes them 3 people or 13 people, that risk sits with them. And I think the other aspect of it is the availability of resources in our industry.
So, sorry.
I don't think that we would be able to attract those resources to have them all in-house.
Okay, so effectively what you're saying is with the use of consultants handling the tendering process, we can actually blame them if something goes wrong with a contract?
No, that's not what I'm suggesting.
Can I just interrupt because we need to go to Mrs. Taylor, who is on the WebEx. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Hawke, for coming. It's fantastic to see that you could give your time today with your heavy workload. I just wanted to, just for context for the committee, to ask you to just share with us the health infrastructure pipeline and what has been done over the last 5 years, just to give some context to the enormity of the project and what health infrastructure has been managing in terms of, for example, all of the new hospital builds.
Thank you. Our annual construction turnover is in the order of generally $1.5 to over $2 billion per annum. It's generally across, as I mentioned earlier, 130 projects at any time, and they are all at different stages. Some of them are larger, others are programs of smaller work, so it may be a series of rural ambulance stations, for instance, making up a program, or Health One facilities, or it may be mega projects like Campbelltown Hospital redevelopment, Nepean, Westmead, Randwick, which we've been discussing today.
Thank you.
And also, Chair, I just want to go again.
Yep, go ahead.
I just was wanting to also talk about perhaps the example of Tweed and the fact that you use consultants to do that, but that they are constantly then passing on that knowledge to the local people that you have on the ground. I can't actually remember the lady's name at Tweed, but I certainly with what I had observed, that was something that was continual, so that knowledge was being given across to actual health infrastructure people as well. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes, so we, as much as we can, and require our consultants and construction partners also to have programs for local participation and local engagement, and that often includes ongoing workforce and upskilling local workforce, whether they're local tradespeople or consultants. And Tweed is an example where we do have quite a large local contingent in the project in the project office there. Some of them work for health infrastructure, and some of them work for the different consultants or for Lend Lease, the build contractor.
Thank
so
you.
Would it be fair enough to say that those hybrid models exist substantially right across the enormous level of new builds that health infrastructure has been undertaking over the last decade, say?
Yes, it is, and it's around getting the sufficient volume of resources and also the compliance role which different parts of our stakeholder responsibilities have.
Chair.
Thank you. I've just got a
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll ask one question, then I'll go to Dr. Kane. I just wanted to touch on, you mentioned before your grad program. I know in other parts of the New South Wales Government, some of their grad programs involve their grads sitting within consulting firms. Is that something that health infrastructure does as well?
We participate in a number of programs across New South Wales Government, and some of those both cadet programs, so high school leavers, but also a graduate program, so university, either people still at uni or recent graduates from uni. They work on a rotation basis, so we're part of a program where they may work for us for 3 months, they may work for a consultant for 3 months, they may work then for a contractor.
And when they're working for that consultant, are they being paid by the New South Wales Government?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't know. I think it's paid as part of a program, but I will take that on notice.
Thank you. Dr. Kane?
Thank you, Ms. Work. In an answer to an earlier question, you referenced Premier Berejiklian's 11-point plan for construction and the construction leadership group. And I wondered, is that still a plan that's being used as a reference point for your organisation and the construction leadership group?
There are certainly some principles there which New South Wales manage how that's rolled out over our industry and over the construction industry, and there is participation with the Construction Industry Leadership Forum, which is both New South Wales and Victoria, a broad diversity of industry participants.
Thank you.
Just quickly, the previous line of questioning we were pursuing about this implied trade-off between internal resources and consultants, is part of that guided by the, I understand there's a cap on the number of public sector employees you can have. Is that part of the equation there?
No, for us it's more around how do we actually deliver the pipeline which we are delivering for government and having surety of resources available.
So theoretically you could supplant all those consultant jobs with internal jobs. There's no cap on.
We find that we
we
are unable to attract the right level and skill set of resource in our industry, paying the government sector pay rates.
Okay.
So that becomes an attraction thing. Chair, could I just clarify a previous, I think, concern? It's not our consultants who are running the tendering processes. We run those tender processes and we are the decision makers. They assist in some of the documentation and the coordination of those processes, but we are the decision makers of all of those procurement processes.
And can I stress that their recommendations, do they go to the board?
Our board is an advisory board, so any recommendation comes back through a tender evaluation committee, of which they may be a member. They come through to me. We, depending on the value of those, they may then go to the chair of the subcommittee of the board around project delivery, who will make any comments around that. That's generally someone with industry expertise on our board. Will then, again, depending on the value, go to the board for support. They will ask any questions, and then it goes from me, if I support it at that stage, through to our CFO,
and
the CFO of New South Wales Health.
And there is an evaluation criteria and evaluation document.
Every tender has a tender evaluation plan, which will have a number of priced and non-priced considerations.
But in general sense, that there's an agreed document of the criteria you'd be using to evaluate those tenders.
That comes under the New South Wales Government Code of Tendering, and then it may be, depending on the nature of the project, for instance, if it's a very rural and remote project, it may have slightly different criterion for assessment of non-price in relation to availability of resources. So it can be slightly different on different projects.
And one final question, because I know we're about, in terms of the final contracts that are written, and I'm talking about for contractors here, for consultants, is there a standard contract that you refer to? Could we maybe just get a copy of that document?
Take that on notice. I don't imagine there's a problem with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just one final question from me. And feel free to take it on notice if you need to. There was a contract entered into with PricewaterhouseCoopers in March of this year. It's a 3-month contract in relation to the development of New South Wales Health Policy Implementation Plan. Can you tell me what that work would be?
I would have to take that on notice.
Thank you. That'd be very useful. Well, thank you very much for attending today and answering our questions. To the extent that questions were taken on notice or there are supplementary questions, they will be due back within 21 days. But thank you for taking time out.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome our next witnesses from eHealth. Could I ask each of you to please state your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation?
Good afternoon. My name is Zoran Bolovic, and I'm the Chief Executive of eHealth New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Pearce. I'm the Secretary of New South Wales Health. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Hi, Mark Hoffmeyer. I'm the Director of ICT Procurement for eHealth, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would you like to begin with a short opening statement?
Yes, I would if I could,
Please go ahead.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, committee members, to provide context for today's hearing, I would like to briefly outline the role of eHealth New South Wales within the New South Wales health system. eHealth New South Wales was established in 2014 as a specialised agency within New South Wales Health, responsible for setting statewide digital health strategy, policy, standards and investment plans, as well as coordination and implementation of statewide programs and projects. Key objective of the agency is to enable New South Wales Health to realise its vision and strategic objectives, such as those set out in the Future Health Strategy, the New South Wales Regional Health Strategic Plan, and the eHealth Strategy for New South Wales Health. eHealth New South Wales is also responsible for the delivery of a wide range of ICT support services, enabling day-to-day clinical and business operations of New South Wales health organisations. For example, each day, tens of thousands of frontline clinicians log into the electronic medical record and other clinical systems supported by eHealth New South Wales to provide quality healthcare to patients across New South Wales. And each fortnight, the StaffLink system, also supported by eHealth, processes payroll for more than 170,000 staff of New South Wales Health. And each year, eHealth manages more than 600,000 calls for IT support made to our statewide service desk and some 450,000 ICT service requests that are raised via our customer service portal. eHealth New South Wales supported COVID-19 response with telehealth and virtual care capabilities, supply chain management tools, and real-time data analytics. 2 vaccination management systems were developed and deployed in record times, enabling millions of COVID-19 vaccinations to be booked and received by people of New South Wales. In addition, eHealth provides a system custodianship role in cybersecurity, statewide networking infrastructure, and cloud hosting, and plays a major role in setting and establishing standards for health IT in New South Wales and Australia through engagement with relevant state and national bodies. Combining digital health strategic and operational leadership into one agency has not only enabled New South Wales Health to be one of the most mature digitally enabled health systems in Australia, it has also enabled New South Wales Health to recognise significant strategic, operational and financial benefits. For example, having a focused ICT procurement function managed by eHealth as the ICT category manager has supported greater standardisation of technology offerings across local health districts. This has created a more consistent digital experience for New South Wales Health staff, patients and consumers. It has also enabled New South Wales Health to procure at scale for sustainable management of ICT infrastructure, for example, computer networks in local hospitals. eHealth is underpinned by a strong collaborative governance model, which provides a balance between local plans and initiatives with statewide strategies and priorities. The eHealth Executive Council, or EHEC, the peak ICT Governance Committee for New South Wales Health, is chaired by the Secretary of New South Wales Health and provides oversight of the digital transformation program. The Council includes representatives from local health districts, specialty health networks, pillars, and statewide services across metropolitan, regional, and rural locations. All of the services that eHealth provides require the expertise, resources, and thought leadership to execute. While most of these capabilities are provided by our highly skilled staff, working in partnership with local health districts, there are requirements to secure capability from the supply market. These are typically required in the following instances: expertise on emerging technologies and strategies, and advice on their implementation. A requirement for independence of advice that addresses the complexity of the New South Wales health system, and the requirement to move faster on initiatives for which we may not currently have the resources. In conclusion, eHealth New South Wales is a well-managed organisation which is focused on purposeful adoption and use of digital technology to enhance patient care and safety, facilitate seamless collaboration, improve access to healthcare services, empower healthcare consumers, and drive innovation in a safe, secure way. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just begin with some basic questions? how many staff does eHealth have?
In 2022-23, 1,687 full-time equivalents.
And what are most of them doing? How many of them are, programmers? How many are, what's the sort of basic breakdown?
Well, this was the idea behind my opening statement, to give you a bit of flavour of the diversity of our responsibilities. So we've got under one umbrella, if you want, the whole value chain of IT, from strategy and planning and developing business cases and working with central government around investments in IT, through to managing programs and projects. We do a lot of that kind of work. And then once systems are implemented and are used across our health system, I gave you some examples, we provide support services, usually in partnership with IT industry. So we partner with lots of vendors who are suppliers of these sorts of technologies. But we coordinate, orchestrate, support all of that technology, its performance, things like networks, security, hosting of those systems, application support, changes that need to be made regularly to them. So in fact, most of our headcount, which I mentioned, is probably in that operational part of our business. But we also have specialized functions around, kind of planning and project management.
Okay. And what would your consultant spend look like sort of over the last 5 years or so?
Well, like other agencies that you've met over the last few days, we also have had challenges with various sorts of accounting classifications. But we do have some information at hand from our contract management system. So I might ask Mr. Hofmeier to just talk about what we've contracted in recent years per annum. And then if you are interested, I have some, I know you were interested in the Big Four, I actually have some information on the spend.
Thank you, that'd be very useful.
So from 2017 to 2022, so this is contract values that we've entered into as opposed to expenditure. So it's the value of contracts executed is just under $40 million since from
40 million?
40.
Thank you.
Ranging from 2017 to 2022. Includes both core consulting as well as some of the obviously delivery services around some of the activities we undertake.
Okay.
And on the Big Four, in terms of the actual spend, I have data from 2018-19 to this current financial year, 2022-23. The total is 24,500,000, and the trend is actually a decreasing one. So in 2019 it was just under 7 million, 2020 6.7, 2021 5, 2022 3.7, and 2023 just over 2.
Thank you. So if we look at something like what they call the SMS bot, and that you referred to in relation to the cutting the COVID-19 test result wait times by being able to sort of more rapidly deliver negative COVID results to people. Yes. I understand that was developed by Amazon, Deloitte, Microsoft and MuleSoft. Can you tell me how much that cost in terms of the amount that went to them, and what eHealth's role was in that development compared to the development from those external players?
May I ask with the second part of the question, because the first part we might need to take on notice. That project, and it's been a phenomenal success, was actually the work of our statewide pathology organisation, New South Wales Health Pathology.
Okay.
One of the true heroes of the COVID-19 response. They probably did, Susan, most of the COVID testing in the country. So they worked on developing a system that will speed up delivery of results, especially negative results to patients. And in order to do that, they came with this fantastic idea of pulling information from their laboratory information systems and then connecting that to the SMS chatbot. And in order to do that, they partnered with a number of organizations there. And you mentioned some of them. Amazon Web Services is a very large IT company. It's a global company. And there were a number of others involved. I suspect that the involvement of some of the consulting companies you've mentioned would have been probably in the integration space, so it probably involved technical or technology-related work. But we'll have to check that for you. I'll have to take that on notice, and including how much they spent on the project.
So, I see, because that spend was from pathology,
yeah.
not from
We obviously have a very strong relationship with a number of these organizations and have helped and coordinated in the background as best as we could, but ultimately the project was conceived and developed by pathology, and it was a great success.
So did eHealth have any involvement in that project?
Largely on the technical advisory side, if you want, and I guess supporting our pathology colleagues. I don't know, Mark, whether we had any contract support role in terms of some of the administration of the contract or something like that. But we'll take that on notice and come back to it.
I ask because you are, Mr. Bolovic, very well quoted in the media around it at the time.
Yeah, we're very proud of that project. It's been a great success.
So we'll have to follow up with them.
Yeah.
So just to put some context on that, we have existing arrangements. For instance, the SMS server is an existing contract that we then utilise. So it's predominantly an integration piece to make it work rather than a net new contract.
Okay, go ahead.
Purely a statistical question, so I'm clear. Can you, when we talk about eHealth staff, can you say today how many of those staff on a full-time basis are actually employed by health?
All of the staff numbers that I've given you.
So how many was that again?
1,687.
Okay. Yeah. And how many contractors are there and how many external consultants?
So we've got a large contingent workforce, which is not unusual in ICT organisations.
Yep.
So on top of this, we'd have a fairly large number of contractors, maybe another 700 or 800 contractors.
So, and when you use the term contractors, you include
contingent workers, primarily.
Well, that's another term again.
Yeah.
Okay. Contractors and consultants, let's assume for a moment that your term is contingent workers. It means that they're not employed by health directly.
Correct.
Okay. Full-time equivalent, how many?
I'll have to come back to you on the.
But you said, please take it on notice, but about how many?
I said 600 to 700.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can I, Chair? Perhaps, Ms. Pearce, it's been fairly well publicised. The government's taking an interest-based approach to bargaining, whereby either party puts their interests on the table in the hope that there'll be some common ground and negotiations are more fruitful. I understand there's been a number of health unions who have asked for information like this, that is the number of consultants, contractors being used, as well as organisational structures and the number of temporary and insecure workers, but the information hasn't been forthcoming. Is there any reason for that, or are you aware of that?
Look, I had a meeting the other day just with ministry staff, with the PSA reps there, and we talked about some of those issues just in respect of the ministry, not more broadly. Certainly we were happy to talk to the union around areas that were particularly concerning to them, where there might be some vacancies and use of temporary staff. And we were able to provide some information. There's been a reduction in the number of temporary staff in the ministry as a consequence of changes that have occurred during the course of the pandemic. So you'd appreciate we had to bring people in on a temporary nature in the peak of it. So those numbers are starting to go down. But more broadly than that, no, I don't know specifically about that issue, and I'd have to take it on notice.
Yeah. So that interest-based bargaining does require an exchange of information in order to ascertain the other party's interest, so you can come to a negotiated outcome. So that information that they asked for was not forthcoming comprehensively.
We've committed to keep meeting with the PSA and to come back to them, but I think part of the challenge is that on a day-to-day basis, these issues change. So, what is in place one day or 1 week to the next may not be the same. The principle is, as certainly expressed to the team there, and we have a strong commitment to meeting with our unions and being open and transparent with them. Our preference, of course, is to have permanently employed staff wherever possible, but there are circumstances where temporary staff are needed. The more concerning issue from my perspective...
I didn't want to necessarily get into the argument of the merits or demerits. It's more a case of there would be statistics on the amount of contractors, consultants, the organisational structure, temporary work. You'd have all that at hand. I would have thought it would have been a fairly simple process to go, here it is, now you tell us how we can be doing better and we'll tell you why we think we're doing better. I mean, that's kind of the approach, isn't it?
We have information to hand in respect of the ministry, if that's what we're talking about, not the whole system in this regard. I'm not quite clear what your question is, whether you're talking about the ministry or the New South Wales health system.
New South Wales health system.
Yeah, so I will have to take that on notice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Did you? No. Can I just take us back to the SMS bot as an example? Was there ever, I guess, is there capacity within eHealth to have done the work that Deloitte, Microsoft and Amazon and MuleSoft did on that? Is there capacity within eHealth to do that? Is that something that eHealth would be doing?
AWS, MuleSoft, those sorts of companies are providing core technology behind these solutions. So it's actually their technology, their IP.
So using their platform.
Yes, using their platform
and putting something bespoke on top.
Correct. Yeah, connecting data, etc. So quite a bit of that kind of integration, connecting, etc., would have been done by our colleagues in pathology with our support.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is a blend. It is always a combination of our own resources and technology expertise from companies whose platforms and core technologies we are using.
Is there an example of something that eHealth has done where you have done everything from scratch without any external sort of contractors?
Of course. I mean, in saying that, though, we have to, again, note that usually we would be developing on some kind of a platform that is developed by some usually global IT company. But we have
you would ordinarily license that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we would not ordinarily license, and then we develop various sorts of functionality on top. So, for instance, during COVID, we used one of those platforms to develop quarantine exemption forms, for instance, at the time. We used another platform, in fact, we still do that, to develop an app through which junior doctors can record their additional hours worked, those sorts of things. We developed various sorts of other apps for staff to undertake certain sorts of tasks. The service portal, which I mentioned, was developed in-house by a combination of our staff and some of those contingent workers that we mentioned earlier. So yes, there is quite a bit of development occurring inside the organisation.
So those contingent workers, because I think we are sort of having this discussion about what that means exactly, but if there was a consultant or one of these tech firms or somebody who was effectively, I guess, sitting there on secondment, would they be, or is that how many of those do you have? What when you say contingent workers, how many of them are, I guess, temporary workers that have, sort of through a labour hire firm or something, as opposed to there's an agreement with a consultant or a contractor to have a certain number of their staff in-house?
This is where I think it is important that we just sort of work through some of these ways in which we obtain inputs and obtain resources. So Mark, could you explain how those schemes work?
There are three primary New South Wales government schemes. There's the Scheme 5, which I think has been extensively discussed, which is designed for the advisory type services predominantly. Then there is, from an ICT perspective, the ICT services scheme, which involves multiple categories of services, including provision of software, hardware, support services, etc. Those may or may not have a labour component, so we have a number of those contracts in place, including often they will then be providing resources to support those applications or processes or development on those platforms. And then lastly, there is the Scheme 7, which is the contingent labour scheme for New South Wales Government. So when we refer to contingent labour, these are the ones that are operating under our direction. Those typically fall under 0007 scheme. The ICT services scheme is typically statement of work outcomes based, and then Scheme 5 is predominantly the advisory.
So those people that are sitting there effectively operating or maintaining software, is that because that software is still the proprietary sort of, I guess, is it still owned by the contractor, or do you take steps to make sure that you that New South Wales Health is the owner of those different bits of software and output?
So we will never become the owner of the software. Obviously, it's licensed for our use. So the OEM provides typically various levels of support.
Sorry, just to clarify, I'm very familiar with how software development works, and that there is often a number of different platforms that you are licensing in order to create something. But there is a difference between when you have contracted for someone else to do a bespoke bit of work for you to take what they've already got and make it sort of, something for you, and which I can totally understand that they maintain the proprietary interest in that. But if you have developed something that's novel, there are ways in which you can simply license the other bits of software that you're using but still maintain ownership over what you've created. I'm asking if you do that.
From an IP management perspective, where we do the development and we make sure we're clear in the contracts, some of that has arisen with us. Most recent example is probably, I'll use the term MedSync, which is an application that the clinicians are able to utilize. That's built on top of the Microsoft platform. We obviously do not have authority to take on the Microsoft platform. However, the development on top of that platform rests with New South Wales Government.
Go ahead.
Mr. Hoffmeyer, thank you, and thank you for outlining the different schemes, including the contingent labour scheme. Just for our benefit, can you describe a bit what falls under that? I know you referenced it by its number, and we know it's there, but could you, for our benefit, just outline a bit what it covers, what that contingent labour, the type of work that it covers? I think you referred to it in shorthand.
Contingent labour under Scheme 7 is effectively labour hire. In other words, we don't become the employer, and it covers any effectively services that can be provided by those. They are not contracted for an outcome, they are contracted for an individual.
No, I understand that, but in terms of your organisation, what are the types of engagements that you most likely see them in? Because that covers everything, what you've just described, but in terms of your organisation, where are you most likely to see someone engaged under that scheme? In what kind of role?
It is across the broad breadth, in reality, of the services that we undertake. So we have people who do development within the procurement team. I have contingent labour who come in and do everything from contract management to running procurement services.
Is it possible for us to get some detail on that?
Yes, I mean there is a requirement for us because of the competitive nature of the, in particular, ICT labour market, where we compete with, very large commercial organisations. For us to really be able at different points in time to obtain the right expertise in a range of areas like business analysis, project management, usually quite specialised technical skills. Things like integration services, cloud engineering, etc. We do occasionally have to go through that contingent labour market to get the sort of resources that we require.
Could I?
And if I could just explain, we are, however, over time, looking at various sorts of strategies as to how we can build a model whereby we can reduce our reliance a little bit on that market and build our own internal resources. And we have a number of strategies that we are pursuing in order to do that.
Could I ask, you may not know off the top of your head, but perhaps if you could take it on notice, if you could let us know the top, say, 3 or 4 labour hire companies that you might be working through to get those workers, that would be useful.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there is a system that we use in order to obtain those types of workers. It's called Field Glass. It's a centralized all-of-government system where we put our requirements forward, and then agencies put their appropriately skilled workers and their proposals into the system. So that's how it works. It's been around for quite a few years now. It works pretty well.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask what the eHealth IT chargeback operating model is?
This is a way of accurately and fairly, if you want, apportioning the cost of those support services that I talked about to our customers, internal customers, agencies, and local health districts within New South Wales Health. So for the services that we provide to them, the cost of those services are charged back to other New South Wales Health entities, and that operating model, describes how that cost allocation works.
So is that part then of the asset-based, of the activity-based management now model that is?
In a way it does. I'm probably not the most expert person to explain that. I know you had our CFO here a few days ago, and he's a real expert in that space. But in theory, yes, because those recurrent costs, IT costs, are to a certain extent built into the cost of the provision of healthcare.
Yeah.
So theoretically, yes, the answer to your question is probably yes, but I'm not the best expert to explain that. What we, in case of eHealth, are trying to do is to make sure that the cost of eHealth's provision of these various sorts of technology support services, first of all, are correctly captured in our systems, and that we then have a transparent, accurate way of apportioning those costs, for the lack of the better word, to our customers, local health districts and all the agencies. And in recent years, we've made quite a bit of progress in modernizing that allocation methodology. It was pretty simple in the early days of eHealth, to be honest. And we've made some pretty significant strides in recent years where we are being a lot more sophisticated, and we can now present data to our customers in LHDs, etc., as to their use of our systems, and therefore the charges are starting to be more linked to the consumption of IT services, if that makes sense.
So Deloitte was commissioned in 21, I think, at a cost of $165,000 to assist on the eHealth IT chargeback operating model. What would that work have been?
Again, we'll take that on notice if you'd like to know exact detail, but it would have been, again, strategic advice around what is the best practice in IT organizations in Australia and around the world. What are the technologies that are required internally to support those allocation models? What do we need to do to implement it accurately? Those sorts of things.
Okay. Yeah. We heard from the Auditor General that there were not very many departments from her, at least from the consulting engagements that she had reviewed, who were conducting post-engagement evaluations. Does eHealth conduct those evaluations, and if so, do you do them all of the time, or is it similar to what the Auditor General
I'll start, and I might then hand over to Mark. I think the answer is partially, and I think we probably could and should improve if you want the formality, the structure around these reviews. I mean, there are definitely conversations, there are definitely reflections on how different projects went, but the area where that I think we can improve is to formalize that, structure it, and really be quite more structured about extracting those learnings for the future projects. Do you want to add anything, Mark?
Yeah, so the primary performance management aspects of the consulting engagements is we have all most recent engagements are milestone based, so unless they meet their required milestone, they don't effectively get paid. So in other words, there is an acceptance process built into it rather than having a systemic review only post the implementation.
It is a requirement, though, of the procurement board that there be those post-engagement evaluations. And I understand attestation is signed by the Secretary to say that that has been done. None of the contracts that were reviewed by the Auditor General were from health, so we don't know. But across the departments she did look at, she found, I thought it was 3 out of 82 or something along those lines, of contracts that had actually been assessed post-engagement. Are you able to maybe take on notice the percentage of your contracts at eHealth that you do a post-evaluation review on?
Sure.
Thank you. In 2021, there was a future of work paper that was prepared for the Ministry of Health. There was a number of these across different aspects. The one I'm looking at is the one entitled Understanding the Impacts of Technology in New South Wales, and so it's most useful or most relevant to eHealth. That was prepared by KPMG. Are you able to tell us what the spend for that was?
No, we'd have to take that on notice.
We'll have to take that on notice.
Are you able to tell us why KPMG were, I guess, because we see a lot of this across a lot of departments, but what is the purpose of engaging a consultant in a report of that kind?
Again, without any particular knowledge of that report, Chair, I wasn't the Secretary for Health in 2021, so I'm not familiar with that particular report. I mean, often those types of things would be on the basis that you're seeking expertise that it's, not, that we needed to purchase in that way, would be the broad explanation for that. Clearly, we try to do as much of that work internally as we can, and particularly during the pandemic, we had established our own critical intelligence unit to actually provide advice to the ministry as in respect of the work we were doing. But as to that particular one, we'd have to take it on notice and get some more information from you for you as to why that was sourced.
Thank you. It would be really useful to see the terms of reference or whatever was given to the consultants in order to receive this, just so that we can understand it better.
Can I just supplement that? Earlier today, we have seen procurement plans which detail a bit more the scope of the work. If it's possible for that piece of work, that would be most useful, the procurement plan for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any questions from the participants online? Not from Mr. Farlow. I haven't had a message from Mrs. Taylor. She's still on. She's still there. No, that's good. Okay, I think that's all that we have then at this time. Just double checking. Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do know how busy you are, and we really appreciate coming, answering our questions and helping us understand the use of consultants by New South Wales Health in particular a lot better than we did at the beginning of the day. To the extent that questions were taken on notice or there are supplementary questions from us, you will have 21 days to respond. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to those questions, but that concludes our hearing for today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.